Good day and good evening and welcome to Smol Caetsu Sidequest, where this time we're going to finish the Pandæmonium raid series, which we didn't manage to do last week. Turns out it takes a while, like over 2 hours per part if you actually give the cutscenes time to breathe. Isn't that incredible? With that said, yep, we're going to be doing the Anabaseios raid tier from Pandæmonium. And if I can round up a full party, we can queue for it minimum item level, which does make it more challenging. I wonder how much more challenging it becomes compared to what it is normally these days. We discovered last week that if you go into the first raid tier in particular, we discovered like yesterday that if you do P3, so that's Phoenix, at normal item level amounts, then you had like a tank has like 120k HP, which I believe Vjek tested specifically. But if you go minimum item level, then a tank has around 66k, it's like nearly half. It's pretty wild. With that said, hey Ogni, hey Gazel, hey Derby, hey Rust, hey Catch, hey Ymir, hey Matoro, hey Aradel, hey Ham, and hey Vjek. Hope you're all doing very well. Yeah, it'll be a bit before we actually reach the first raid encounter itself, so we're not exactly stressing yet over whether we can find enough people. But we'll get there. Do we have any gear upgrades here? We do. How strange. Hey popular monster, hope you're doing well and welcome. Oh, that's perfect. Level up to 75. New venture target. Oh, that dropped a lot in price. How about this? Why? Oh, okay. I was sitting here like, why do I have all these random items? Right. That's what happens to your inventory when you, like, kill mobs in A Realm Reborn zones. They just go like, here you go, random junk. I'm sure you can use it for something. And then you see what they're actually worth on the market board, and you're like, oh, right. I'm not going to be overmelding anything, and these tend to be basically worthless on the market board anyway, so yeah, I'll figure out these items later. Oh, there was a knife there, or a blade. I think that's everything, right? Yep, I think we're good. Look, it's Sir Tank a lot. Oh. Thank you. We have more friends. Can oh, perfect. I wasn't sure if there had been an invite sent. Yeah, I'll be making my way to progress the... Wait, what? What's he for? Oh, sure. But yeah, I'll be making my way over to... Yeah, I believe it's Aporia. I think. Pretty sure it's Aporia. Well, we're going there now. Looks right to me. The Eater of Souls. The random garbage mob from Terraria, if you remember. Ah, Caetsu, I had a feeling you would arrive soon. Urgent tidings always seem to carry you in their wake. After all, in their wake after all. And Master Fortuner recently sent word regarding his investigation. It seems he's uncovered information regarding Professor Claudian's whereabouts and the sudden appearance of Pandæmonium in the Ethereal Sea. We'd do well to meet with him at once. If you have no objections, I ask that you proceed to the Aegeoscope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly. If you've ever played Terraria, in that game, there is this area, depending on whether your world is corruption or crimson. If it is corruption, then there's this area where there's purple grass. And there, the primary mob, there's like 2 different mobs in the early game. One of them is called an Eater of Souls. It's the small floaty boys that just float at you and like nom 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 nom. I spined you! Bom, bom, bom. Imagine being able to fly. Or do you prefer the corruption or the crimson? Hard to say. I think I prefer the crimson because I feel like it just generally lends itself to, like, it gives you a lot more things, so to speak, like a lot more variety, more different mobs. The Ichor items are very good. Vampire knives add something unique. That's not to say that the Scourge of the Corruptor isn't good, it's just that the vampire knives have lifesteal. So they add something you wouldn't have otherwise. But the corruption is a lot easier to farm Souls of Night on, to my knowledge. And it's not like Cursed Flame items are bad. That's also understandable, Zip. I thank you for answering my summons with haste. Let us forgo formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. Wolf's Den Pierre music, let's go! Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudian, who has not been seen since his ill-advised journey to Asisla. A subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Aether Chemical Research Facility, also known as ARF. Although the vessel clearly belonged to the Professor, he was nowhere to be found. There were signs that someone, perhaps the man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so this trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere, in the most literal sense. It was almost as if an entire sector of the facility had been wrested from existence. Further investigation confirmed the expedition party's suspicions. Nigh on an entire sector of Asisla has been teleported elsewhere. Teleported to where? Camera slowly turns to Pandæmonium. I don't know, NemGG. What do you think? Do you have any ideas, mayhaps? We believe that its destination was none other than the Ethereal Sea, here where its elegant facilities reconstituted as the halls of Pandæmonium, to great success, as you can see. So that means Professor Cloudian is in there, in that monstrous fortress? That is our leading theory. We are certain enough, at least, to risk sending you into its depths in search of the missing man. We're certain enough we'll send you, the rando that just saves people all the time. You can go. Yet before we do, there's another pressing matter. While Pandæmonium may appear firmly sealed, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. We observed its behavior with the iGeoscope, and to our horror, witnessed it gorging upon the surrounding ether like a ravenous beast. What? It must be stopped! The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. It is a wellspring from which all creatures are born. If its flow were disturbed, life itself might cease to be. Precisely. Its safety must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace, Caetsu. Then we will be at liberty to investigate what wicked machinations are afoot. This memory crystal was recovered from Cloudian's airship. Take it with you. It may yet provide some insight into the enigma of Pandæmonium. Thanks. Without Themis, there will be no army of phantom warriors. I realize you're more than capable in combat, but are you certain you'll be alright? Themis isn't the only one who can summon our illusory allies. Never needed him. Huh? He isn't? Why, of course, I should have known someone of your talents would master even the ancients' arcane arts. Apologies for my failure of imagination. Yeah, in fairness, a little bit absurd we can do that, isn't it? Once we're freed of the looming spectre of Pandæmonium, you must promise to share your knowledge, for the sake of thorough reports, of course. In the meanwhile, I shall focus my efforts on providing you with what information and support I can. I shall gather researchers from the conference to construct a means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands. Yeah, you mean arcane arts? I just touch a crystal. No, Nemji, you misunderstand. It's arcane arts. Although it's not a cane, it's more like a crystal. But, you know, it's just like I just hold up the supposed cane and then things happen. We ready? I'll come back out. Do we have... We're 6 right now. Do we have more friends we can bring? I see Sip is here. Do we have more friends? Wow. That is it's really funny. There we go. You're surprised, Catch. I just came out of that room to see this. Or room, that area. Be there. I don't think that matters. I think it's just this we need. I see we have one more tank than we need. The boss does have something that targets 2 tanks, so we need at least 2. We need at least 2. So this looks great. 2 tanks, 2 healers. Shoo. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. It's time for eat, fight, eat, fight. Oh yeah, that's true, Ymir. This is Archibuster. We're literally fighting Archibuster today. Flames take you. Eyes bind you. Try to make it fun for me, eh? Says I have music off, so this is a lot more spooky than you realize. Just the ambience of wind. You know, you're missing out. Bass still raw. Raw. That is the Archibuster part, I think. Oh, I didn't actually lose very much HP on minimum item level this time around. I dropped like 10k HP. It's not that bad. In retrospect, I could have moved the boss a little nicer into the center, but I'm pretty sure it moves on its own when we need to. There it is. That is impressive. There's these people finding the single pixel safe spot in the middle of the explosions. I'm glad you think so, Catch, because that is something that I've said before, that voice acting in a raid encounter really adds a lot to it. It doesn't have to be amazingly good dialogue, but it really adds something. Another fleeting diversion. Something that keeps tripping me up with this boss is that this ravening move looks like it should do damage, but I'm pretty sure... But I'm pretty sure it only does so on the Savage difficulty. So I often waste like a raid-wide cooldown of some sort on the Ravening move itself. Because I'm not I'm expecting it to do... Oh, that's a terrible idea. Right, wipe. Why were they overlapping? Did you? Just in case people are not aware, don't stack those. Yeah, don't stack those. Generally, the expectation is that if you get a double stack marker, they will kill you. Hey Chelsea, hope you're doing well. Unavarus, if that was a test, it doesn't count. Fair enough. Now you know. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. His head empty. Well, we'll do better on the second go. It's just the voice acting just makes it a lot more like you don't really need much other indicators of what's coming up, at least not on normal, because the boss is announcing it for you. Yeah. Shouldn't. Why would you use it if it shouldn't kill me? I thought the whole point was you're trying to kill me. I think I should save a plunge. I'm pretty sure there was the archaic rock breaker that'll knock me away. Yeah, exactly, Chelsea. That was exactly what I was saying. Like, here's the thing. The reason why I think it's weird that Ravening doesn't do any damage is probably different from yours, because I haven't done this fight on Savage, so it's not like I'm trying to mitigate it because I'm used to dealing damage. Ravening has such a long cast time and an animation that suggests it should do damage. It just doesn't for some reason. So I feel like compelled to mitigate it. But that was actually a lot of damage. Front combination. Oh, it's fine, Chelsea. It was just more that I had the exact same observation of like, I always mitigate this for no reason. And then you come in shortly after and say the same thing. At least I'm not the only one that think that way. Yo. Uh-oh. Okay, we have someone that can raise. Be sure to get yourselves up to healthy amounts, healers. Otherwise you'll just drop again. Not entirely sure, Chelsea. It feels like they somewhat randomly choose who gets the stack markers around here. I think I wasted some blood gauge there. Crumble and die!
Flames take you. Entertain me, my darlings.
As if a tank would even feel it. I mean, the amount of damage those stack markers will do is typically enough that you might die, but I'm pretty sure wasn't the reason why the stack marker landed on me was because the person who needed to get it was dead? Like, we had a period of time where the healers were dead. Isn't that why the stack marker was on me? I'm asking. I don't remember exactly how it played out just now. I thought I had used Delirium, so instead I just did a quadruple weave. Not sure what you mean by that, Martialist's Lament. We have had deaths already. Rear combination. I wonder if we need to save the... Yeah, I was just about to say, looks like limit break time. Da 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 da. Tank Buster doesn't even... Well, the Tank Buster did like 60k when I tanked it with just TBN and nothing else. It did 35, and given I had around 100k HP, then about 60k unmitigated. But this time, I was just going, well, the boss is going to be dead real soon. They're like, I could use Shadow Wall right now. I could use Rampart right now. Just weave a defensive cooldown because you have it, right? But I think he's being sold a little bit short there. He did do 60k. I feel like Phoenix was scarier, but 60k for a normal tank buster is pretty good. Yeah, that sounds about right, Zig. Zip and I was looking at a strategy guide for P9S very recently, for no reason at all, of course, none whatsoever. And we kinda unanimously agreed that, yeah, Levin Strike is the mechanic to beat. Traverses and some stack markers ignore mitigations just to make them more spicy. That's actually really funny, because that one applies to, like, completely, like, random things. Like, when we did Doma Castle, and the second boss turned out to have a stack marker that ignores mitigation. You may ask, can I join? I don't know when we will do it. And we would probably just, like, go into Party Finder, so it might be difficult. We'll see what happens. And I don't know when it'll be. It just says, what does P9S mean? It means Pandæmonium 9 Savage. The 9th. But just Pandæmonium, because this is like the Pandæmonium raid series, and then it's the 9th part. Impressive work, Caetsu. The memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. You don't need to introduce yourself. I know exactly who you are. I am Athena, chief keyword of Pandæmonium, wife to Lahabrea and mother to Ericthonius, and it is I who made Pandæmonium anew in the underworld. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. I must say, I did not imagine I would meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one, for your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reason to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what Lahabrea has told you of me, but all that I've done out of sincere scientific curiosity. That's the problem. That appetite yet remains, even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon. So I have no intention of halting your research. I have not endured this long journey to let my dream of godhood go unrealized. The souls of the ethereal sea and the man you call Claudian are indispensable to my work. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care, especially those with which I will grasp godhood. Are you thinking? Are you there? You look like you're not thinking, Smol Caetsu. You are as stubborn as Lahabrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. Perhaps you would be better served by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. The gem! The crystal! This was my lunch! Yes, that crystal teems with memories. Memories of two souls you know quite well, Lahabrea and Ericthonius. I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls, that with their help you may come to see clearly. How? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me, my desire for godhood. There's another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I may very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. Poor guy. I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption? I don't know how long it's been, Caetsu, but it's good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances. Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? Gee, I don't know, mister. Ah, yes, I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. This is a lot to take in, not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. Our age had its share of surprises, if my memories are to be believed. The supposedly world-ending final days came upon us, yet here we are, in a future where you, at least, exist. Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live and to live on? You remember the thing with my ether being thin? Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As but memories, we may never have the luxury of the larger picture. Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let this conviction guide our every action. That's the spirit, La Habrea. Agreed, but as memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Caetsu in battle. Nay, Athena meant us to speak, and nothing more. But though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew of our history with Caetsu. Likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandæmonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. We would do well to learn more of the Pandæmonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Caetsu's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. Heh, now they're looking at you. What are you gonna do about it? Quest reward! Why do your companions hesitate to approach? We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here. And then we brought them here. So hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Although you may be but a conference of memory, it is an honor to meet the personages I have only read of in Caetsu's reports. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit to no small measure of fear as well. I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid. It isn't my life I fear for. I only fear that I might not have the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand before two of the ancients who hold priceless knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? To that end, we shall share with you our records, and perhaps together we can find the thread which will lead us safely out of this conundrum. Information shall be our most precious resource, for that is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at your complete disposal. We can start with Athena, whose thirst for discovery would see all life consumed. Her desires haven't changed. Still, she seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god. A nebulous concept, but Athena had her own ideas on what divinity entailed. In her mind, a god can create souls at will, specifically. Thus, she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea as it is known in this age, as the staging ground for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of ether. Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She thinks of nothing else. We caught a glimpse of Athena as we came into this world. Her smile, her voice, they were just as I remember. Without even realizing it, I found myself feeling an affection for her. Really? Don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I know the true Ericthonius would never want that, but these emotions remain. In memory, if nowhere else. We shall remain here to compile what information we can. You must infiltrate Pandæmonium and seek out Athena. I would ask that you leave the memory crystal with us. It may hold secrets which have yet to be unveiled. All that's left is to cross that menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look? I have one question for you. Does the word aurosite mean aught to you? Aurosite? Why, yes, there are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes appearance in the legends of Ivalice and in tales concerning the Asian well, in tales concerning an entity known as an Asian, this personage is associated with black aurosite known as the Heart of Sabik, a source of considerable power. I see. So time has not buried it. Aurosite? Is there a Lalasite as well? Maybe a Vierasite? And a Huosite? A Ruegasite. If you combine all of them, you can put them in the sight gauntlet, and you become really strong or something. Is that how it works? The Micosite, yes. From the outside, Pandæmonium looks no different than it does in the past. However, there is no guarantee that the inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it has been cleared of threats, Labrea and I can approach, and we shall begin our exploration of the interior. You know, Ericthonius, me knowing what I do know, I feel like securing the outside will be extremely unnecessary. The portal should convey you to Pandæmonium's gates. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapon at the ready. Elisite. Hrothsite. I knew you would come. It's ya boy. I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? I understand you may be confused. I was too, at first. You see, I am not the true Themis. I was made by Athena, molded from one of the many souls at her disposal. I am only an illusion built from memory, no more real than Labrea or Ericthonius. Even so, I believe I have a grasp on the situation. This is the distant future. A future where Athena lives once more, although the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me. You're here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Very good. I would be disappointed if you did not rise to a challenge. Although, I am sorry to say that I cannot aid you. My creator has tampered with my essence, and I am oddly inclined to act in her interests. I can do naught but offer you words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. Oh. There's no need for that pained expression. Remember, I am but an illusion. An illusion? What are you hiding? Nothing worth shedding tears over. I would feel terrible if I had to trounce Elidibus again. I know not what is in your mind, but I must stress once again that I cannot defy the urge to stand against you. Athena's hold over me is unyielding. Still, I would ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Erixonius, so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in this sea of ether, she tempers her own essence. Yet the souls are faint, diffuse. She doubts whether they are sufficient for her goals, so she has turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin ether, you managed to lay Hephaestus low, and Athena would know the secret of your strength. To that end, she has prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creation, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. That's disgusting. I never noticed that before. He has one wing. One. Just a little bit of everything. Like 4 legs, maybe 6. A wing. A big postulant thingy. A weird head. But only one wing. What's happening? Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her, or all is lost. We can do little but hope for Caetsu's success. Well, things got very grey all of a sudden. He's no one-winged angel. Stay where you... Oh yeah, he has a halo as well. Just a random halo. Hey Lexi, hope you're doing well. Pandæmonium, once a mass of lifeless stone, now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at La Habrea's hand. Although the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. I know you shall cut your way through this monster, as you have so many others. Then you shall come before me. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena. What's with that glob? That's great to hear, Lexi. I'm doing pretty well as well. Anyway, bye. I'm going back out. Time to fight a building. Indeed, Ham. I do wonder why she took the whole building. But I'm guessing it's that maybe Pandæmonium, the building itself, is empty. Like maybe only the building survived. So she was like, Yeah, we will need 2 tanks for this one as well. A front row seat. I'm pretty sure we have the same item level, minimum item level here. I'm pretty sure it doesn't increase as we go. Stay where you are. You gave him a head with a face. You could at least have given it a smile.
I am Pandæmonium. From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life.
Yeah, that is true. It does sound a little bit like Minecraft XP. Gleaming says stay where you are. No, I will be moving. Well, he actually says stay where you are when he casts the stack marker, so he's actually giving advice.
You will go no further. Like a spider, I spin my web. This prison offers no escape.
But it is fun.
Mustn't disappoint. Lady Athena.
It is very funny when the boss's voiceover basically is giving you advice for the mechanic. Like Hades going... Well, either they give advice or they do the exact opposite. Like Hades going scary and scatter, when the exact thing you should be doing when that mechanic happens is absolutely not scary and scatter.
Like unto chains. A tangled morsel, awaiting death.
Are waiting death. Ah. Eh. A case of okay, everything's fine, I'll just not move now.
All paths lead back to me. I operate the gift of Lady Athena's power. Stay where you are.
Blarg!
A tangled morsel, awaiting death.
You know, I'm glad to hear that, Catch. I recall when this boss was new, a lot of people complained that they thought he looked like something out of a PlayStation 2 game. So I'm glad to hear that you like him. I think he's really cool as well.
These bars are unbreakable.
Hey, Granison. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I agree, Catch. I will say that it's a little complicated when people say it kind of looks like a something out of a PlayStation 2 game, because I can see what they mean. Like, in his design, I can see it. Like, I can see it. But graphically, he looks great. Oh, whoops. I did it wrong. Thank you.
Stay where you are.
For some reason, I was convinced it was the donut AoEs. And here comes Harrowing Hell, the normal version. Ow. 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 Ow.
Your punishment shall be unending.
Wow! Exactly, Gleaming. It's like, is there anything bad about it being a him looking like he's from a PlayStation 2 game? But the thing that makes me like say that I get it is because I can actually.
Special cells.
Umir, I got it first. Sorry. But yeah, I can see it because I can actually picture him like on the front of like a PlayStation 2, like, you know, game. Like, I can see it. And I can absolutely imagine him in such a game. It's just that he would obviously be more jagged. You don't go flying off in normal. I mean, you do go flying off. You just don't get to go all the way.
These bars are unbreakable. Stay where you are. Like unto chains.
Adele got disconnected.
Paths lead back to me. For Athena. For Mother.
I do wonder if we'll have another 2-minute burst. I have a feeling the answer is no. I'll hold on to my cooldowns for a bit longer, just in case. Or rather, my resources.
Your soul screams.
Bonk. Choo Choo Charles was that horror game with the train, right? That came out somewhat recently? Right? It's a very cool game, but I am not good with horror games. Not at all. Does anyone know what happened to iLvl? They mentioned something in game about their mouse pointer disappearing. I mean, the tank buster. Oh, yeah, you know what? Fair enough on that one, Grellison. That is something that I'm also sad about. I would have loved it if we got yeeted. That was a beautiful display, as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. Caetsu, is that... Pandæmonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. Apologies for not coming sooner. This space is enveloped by some fell energy, and we couldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. Were my eyes mistaken? Was that Themis? Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. Excellent question, Ymir. What's with all the Z's? Grellison says probably too deadly for normal mode, though. I mean, they could have just made it knock you not as far. Like, they would have just made it so that the left tank buster just knocks you over to the front right side of the main arena, and the right tank buster just, like, it clearly smacks you into the air, but it doesn't do it in a dangerous way. They could have also just made it so that on normal the tank buster happens while there's a webbed bridge back to the main area, and then just have them like get knocked over to the two side areas, and just like, instead of you having to like, you don't have to aim it at all. If you take the tank buster, you just get tossed across. Like, they could have made it like a easier version of that, and it would have been fine. I feel like we got robbed on normal. Exactly, Chelsea. Just auto lands you where you need to land. And make sure that everything like that needs to be prepped just happens automatically. It can also just knock you upwards. That's also true. I ought to have anticipated this. If she bore witness to past events within Pandæmonium, Athena would have found Elidibus impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. And so she found his soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea, and used his memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims. But is what Themis said true? She imbued Pandæmonium itself with a soul. To breathe life into that which should never live, Athena's research is fast approaching its culmination. Fortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides towards figuring out how to stop her. A crystal called the Heart of Sabik may be the key. Hey Chester, hope you're doing well. The researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present. The sundering of the star, the emergence of the Asians, and the calamities that they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that, under circumstances, we would have considered childish fantasy, if not for a name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. Yeah, of course you would know, La Habrea. The Heart of Sabik, to you, the secret of the Ultima weapon's might, not least the spell known as Ultima, and a source of enduring mystery. We are told that a general from the Gallian Empire was gifted this aura sight by an Asian. An unnamed Asian, apparently. that the ultimate weapon might be perfected. The identity of this shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. Does it now? Could you imagine? You seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge, if there's aught you're withholding. Very well. At present, the heart of Sabik itself is of greater moment. It is a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea. This predates even Pandæmonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. She dubbed it Orosite, studying it with a fervor unusual even for her. The eventual fruit of her efforts was a Stygian crystal unlike aught we had ever seen, the heart of Sabik. Did Athena encounter Ultima, the High Seraph, perchance? An unexpectedly specific question. I gather the heart of Sabik is not the only Orosite in this era. Regardless, I know naught of this High Seraph. Athena was never forthcoming as to how she found the crystal, though we came to suspect it was not of our star. Much later, we discovered that Orosite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Orosite and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid. So what became of the heart of Sabik? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the ether within was unlike anything I'd observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I elected to safeguard it myself. That's a bad idea. It is possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memories stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories form, as she did with our own. She would be reborn. Ironic that I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. Says, wouldn't Athena encountering Ultima mean that it would have been in the unsundered world and thus have been sundered? Potentially. I think this is something that gets discussed a little bit more later in the story, but I suppose that as we see it right now, there's two possibilities. Either the heart of Sabik is part of the High Seraph, but the High Seraph didn't come to Eorzea before after the sundering. Thank you, Chester. And like just a piece ended up on the planet, on Etheris, before the sundering that Athena then found. The alternative possibility is that the High Seraph was indeed on Etheris and was sundered, which also partly kind of explains how a piece of her, I believe, the Heart of Sabik, is that powerful, because that one is presumably not sundered, because La Habrea brought it with him, right? If a piece of her is that powerful, then it probably makes really good sense that the High Seraph that we defeated was probably sundered, right? Probably. Possibly. Yeah, I don't know, Emir. I don't know for sure. But that's like the two possibilities I see. You underestimate that I'm super cool and strong. I've told you all I know of Athena and the many secrets she kept hidden from the world. If she indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sabik, we must ask ourselves how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? During my fight with the Ultima weapon? Is that true? In which you triumphed, but failed to recover the heart. Yet, according to your colleagues, there was another on the battlefield that day, an Asian. This selfsame Asian was later struck down at a location known as the Etherochemical Research Facility. See, there was the thing I was thinking. Wasn't the last sighting of the Heart of Sabik in Arf? I've heard that name, and recently the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance. Indeed, he was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession, a signature that may well have belonged to the Heart of Sabik, in which case it is no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed. But what reason would he have to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own? Yet, more questions without answers. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for lack of a physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel. If Elidibus is to be believed, she readies this vessel for godhood, and is perilously close to success. It beggars belief. As you well know, you were the linchpin of her ambition. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required, and it has long since turned to dust. As pleasant as this discussion is, we require more information if we are to unravel this mystery. You know who awaits you, Caetsu. Themis. I fear you won't find him so cooperative as we are accustomed to. We know not how vast the space beyond these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elidibus leashed at her side. That's a weird picture you're painting there. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I would ask that you do the same for Themis. Though none of us are real in the conventional sense, I feel it must be done. Though Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. While Erichthonius' perspective is a sentimental one, Elidibus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Aegis broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the weight of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Elidibus' mind. But remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhabits a vessel with which to meet you in battle, I'm certain it is not meant to endure. If left weakened for too long, his ether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You had best act quickly. And it's an interesting point, Gazel says, it isn't uncommon for English localization screw-ups in earlier expansions. Heart of Sabik in ARR, which he said earlier in JP is just called Black Holy Stone Sabik. And Ystola's eyes draining her life. I do remember that one coming up regularly. The thing I think that excuses this is that calling it the Heart of Sabik, of course, presents the follow-up question of, so who's Sabik? And Ystola's eyes draining her life. That is, of course, both things that you can just, if it turns out to not be interesting for the story looking forward, you can just, you know, act as if that isn't important and just quietly let it be. And if someone asks, you just go, oh, no, that's not how that worked. Like, there's a lot of things in older expansions. Like, I think... There's the part with the crystal tower and the sounds, and in retrospect, there's something in Endwalker that refers back to it. But those sounds were presumably always there, so they basically just in A Realm Reborn made this setup and went, I mean, maybe we'll use it one day. And then in Endwalker, they were like, we could use this. They used it, and it makes it feel like, wow, that's amazing. They planned this from A Realm Reborn all the way to Endwalker, when in reality, they didn't even know what Stormblood was going to be in A Realm Reborn. Right? So, like, sometimes these, like, weird details where it's like, well, that part doesn't make any sense now, does it? It's like it lays some foundation to speculate, and by making it vague enough, they can just add whatever's necessary, and then they'll figure it out from there. Like, that is actually something that I feel like A Realm Reborn did a lot of, like a huge amount of laying some sort of vague groundwork, like to my understanding in A Realm Reborn. The Asians' evil master and all that, and their exact master plan wasn't exactly set in stone yet. But they made sure it was vague enough that whenever they did come up with what their actual plan should be, like what the entire point was in reality, it made sense in retrospect. Like, it made sense retroactively, so Lahabrea can still be like, I did exactly what was needed for my master to be reborn. And then you can argue that, well, that wasn't exactly what it takes for his master to be reborn, but then again, he genuinely believed that would bring his master back, right? His master who was left unspecific at the time. Exactly, Gleaming. Like, that's the important thing, is that many of these things are like, it feels like it's like pulled out of nowhere, but sometimes these things have to be done. Like, how would you introduce Dynamis differently? Like, how would you do it in a more organic way? Like, the option is either introduce it extremely early in the story, or you present that we don't actually know quite what it is. So we have to figure it out in the story and go, oh, and this has always been here. Yes. Excellent. And then you just have to take it or leave it. Exactly, Ymir. That exactly, precisely, Heart of the Beak's influence would obviously make Lahabrea more likely to make this mistake. I wonder what happened to Aridel. Introduce Dynamites and drag the story to... And I have heard some people say that they feel like the first 4 levels, just to be sure I'm a little bit vague, because I do know there's some people in the chat who has not done this part of the MSQ yet, but let's just say there's some people that feel like the first 4 or 5 levels of the Endwalker story could have been the entire Endwalker expansion. And if that had been the case, it would mean that the next expansion could have, spanned the second half of the Endwalker story, so that we could, like, those characters in that part of the story could get proper time to breathe. I could see how they could make these things an entire expansion. Like, I could see how the first few levels of Endwalker could be like the entire leveling. Like, they would have to stretch it and add more dungeons and stuff, but they could make that be the entire, like, leveling expansion, and then, Vanaspati, to not get too specific, that could be the start of the post-game story. And then who knows what happens with the next expansion, but that gives a lot of meat for the post-game story. Like, we could do all of that. Like, that could have been a different way to do it, but the developers specifically wanted it this way, so we do it this way. We are actually 1 person short. Do we have anyone who would like to join us? I see there's a few people that I think might be in the chat. I would like to hear if you want to join. Ocni is available. The next fight is coming up right now, Virk. See, Cole, that is also a difficult part, because I know some people hated the entire second act of Endwalker's leveling story, like the whole thing they hated. So like the problem is of course that the people that say they could have stretched the first act more are those that liked it and expected it. And the people that say otherwise could either be like, I like it the way it is right now, and others are instead saying, well, I didn't like the first act, so why would you do that? Right? Like, as you say, Cole, like, why would you do that? I like Endwalker as it is as well, which is why I don't have any complaints. But I can understand the different perspectives to this whole thing. Dun 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 dun. And this is a good song. Also a good song.
I have Athena to thank for this incarnation. I have long considered how I might stand against you, I admit.
Ah yes, of course, the hand thing.
In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Illidius.
I've never looked so closely at him before, but it just occurred to me now that his weapon is like white in one end and like dark in the other end. Which makes perfect sense with his boss mechanics.
My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
I don't know, Cole. I feel like calling it a E11 reskin is a little bit reductive, but I can see how there's like some mechanics that are eerily similar.
Submit to the emissary's judgment. The balance must needs be maintained.
Uh-oh. Ah!
Will you be judged worthy to exist?
When you realize you're surrounded by circle AoEs incoming.
These magics are not for you to wield.
Dyke! Dork! No!
Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Yeah, I get that, Grellison. There's some places where it's a little awkward that they do that, but obviously it would be a little bit of a problem if, like, the story had to be completely altered in case the player character happened to be a healer at the specific point.
Now to take your measure.
Oh, that was physical, I think. Oh well.
Power from beyond.
I believe there's a quest in Stormblood where if your character is a healer, like if your character is not a healer, Kryl, I think, will like ask you to help where you can. But if you are a healer, she'll be like, "What are you doing? Help! Like, help me specifically with this." But I can't remember exactly. Might be something I've just heard.
Now to take your measure. These magics are not for you to wield. Will you be judged worthy to exist?
And yeah, I think that is also the point, Gleaming, is that I think we've talked about this before, that the reason why we can so easily raise people in dungeons is because in dungeons the people we're raising, they're not actually dead. They're just like unconscious. Which means you can just raise them again. But in the cases with like people that actually die off in the story, they've been hit with a lethal attack and there's nothing you can do.
Warriors forged in my own image. These magics are not for you to wield. Power from beyond.
Yeah, exactly, Catch. That's basically what it is. And it doesn't feel very cool when that's the reason that people are, you know, the cutscene death is the only true death and stuff like that. That often, like, it doesn't feel super great. So it's almost the better evil to just go, let's just act like there was no healer present, even though you're a healer. Because then at least the excuse that can work there is, oh, but if we had to make the story different if you were a healer, that wouldn't work. So like, it's like a storytelling problem. Is, I guess to some people, is a better alternative compared to, oh, the person was hit with the lethal bullet. You know, the special fancy schmancy lethal bullet that actually kills, unlike all the other bullets. Hey! I think that went pretty well. Should have mitigated that tank buster. Well, I can see both perspectives on that tank buster thing. On the one hand, thank you, Catch. On the one hand, there are a limited selection of mechanics that distinctly, specifically target the tank. So asking the tank to pay attention to that one thing and figure out what the tank buster is isn't so much, like, isn't a big deal, is it? On the other hand, if all other mechanics have some sort of big visual indicator when it's coming up, it feels a little weird that whenever there's a mechanic with no indicator, it's either a raid wide or a tank buster. Like, they could just make it, like, the reason why a raid wide usually does not have an indicator is because what would an indicator for a tank buster, for a raid wide attack, actually be? Whereas a tank buster, you know, can just point at the person who's getting hit. So like, there is a clear indicator, and by making sure that everything else has a clear marker, they can just say, well, if there is no indicator, then it's a raid wide. P9 normal has Ravening where it does nothing. Ravening exactly doesn't do anything. I believe in Savage it doesn't have an indicator, does it? And exactly, Gleaming, if the raid wide was a full room circle AoE, that would just make you go, is there a safe spot? Because when there is a telegraph, there's usually a safe spot, or you did something wrong. Like, there are some cases where there's a telegraph that covers the entire room, but that's usually like, oh yeah, that's the hardened rage or something. But yeah, the reason why the Ravening thing makes sense is specifically because it gets flipped into a raid wide later. But then again, you can have a cast time when nothing happens, like there's no marker. I'm sure one day they'll figure out how to do a raid-wide marker that works universally. We have to remember that there was a long time where there was no tank buster marker at all, right? So it's just something that has come about. I'm like, as I said, I'm not really in either camp on this, because I can see how it's just something the tanks could remember. It doesn't have to be there. In my personal experience, given that I tanked in World of Warcraft for years in, you know, really hard content, mechanics that targeted the tanks usually didn't need any significant indicators, because the tanks would figure it out. They would figure it out, and it would actually be better for the raid as a whole if the tanks didn't take up, like, extra visual space more than necessary, because it's just the two tanks out of a group of like 20 people, right? If the two tanks can figure it out, just nothing there. And just leave it at that. But I can see it. The one thing that I wouldn't like, and I'm sure we can all agree on, is that's a weird take, Gleaming. I'll get back to that. And also true, Cat Damon, you would eventually learn it when you get smacked by it. The one thing that I don't think should make a return is no warning tank busters. You know, like Titan just going smack, smack, mountain buster, and you just have to know that it comes at a specific time, and you better have a cooldown there. Because that's really unfair. It returns to that thing I talked about on a recent stream called Burden of Knowledge. Like, instead of you being like, I know what he does leading up to the attack, you're supposed to know that exactly 33 seconds into the fight, Titan does it. Like, I don't know if it's 33 seconds, but like exactly this many seconds into the fight, the boss does a tank buster, and you just have to make sure that you have a cooldown already, or you get smacked. Mountain buster does come after the punch. Yeah, but I mean, he does a set number of punches. It's still a little awkward, and there are many bosses that do this, but they become more scarce, more rare, as you progress, because incidentally, that's not a very fun way to do a mechanic. How about tank busters having a chance to crit? That's also a thing that we went away from. You know, during hard phase of Titan, normally uses jail after 2 autos. And there you go. That's also a way you could count it. It just feels less fair than if the boss gives you like a warning sign that they're going to do a tank buster. Gleaming says, sorry, whenever someone used to play WoW mentions it, I think about the guy that said, I don't need a Suna on my bar at all. I know this because I healed in WoW. That person didn't heal well in WoW then. Let me tell you that much. They didn't heal well in WoW. There was a time in WoW where each specific healer had a different selection of types of debuffs they could remove with their Ishuna effect. Like, not all healers could remove poisons, for example. So it was important which ones could remove what. But back then, they didn't have a cooldown. It's just a GZD, right? It's just a GZD, but it didn't have a cooldown, so you could just, like, remove, and just remove one thing at a time. But one day they made it so that basically all healers can remove everything and then put a cooldown on it. Just think about that for a moment. In WoW, they deemed debuff removal so strong that they put a cooldown on it. And it was still a GZD. Like, Ishuna is a GZD, it doesn't have a cooldown. In WoW, it had a cooldown. Like 8 seconds, I think, but it's still something. There's even, like, I think it's Mistweaver monks. Their big, like, raid-wide heal cooldown removes debuffs, like, as a side effect. It's usually not important, but in niche cases, it's actually crucial. In Final Fantasy XIV, that was deemed too good, so Scholar lost that. Cat Damon says, on Telegraph, tank busters would also incentivize using mobs akin... mods akin to DBM. Yeah. Like, the thing is, if the boss just says, I'm going to do a tank buster, then you can just react when the boss says, I'm doing a tank buster now. If the boss always does a tank buster like that after 3 punches or something, then you have to first already know that. And you have to know that the tell is 1, 2, 3, tank buster. And then you have to remember that. Whereas if he just tells you, I'm doing the tank buster part now, you can just react. Like, it's the proactive, reactive thing. You could say in an extreme or a savage, it's a lot more reasonable to expect that when you're just supposed to know that. I mean, you memorized the 5 mechanics preceding this one. Why is it a problem now? The fog has lifted. I knew that Athena's magics magnified the desires of their victim at the expense of all else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. Since the moment we met, I have made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strengths. What is this? Free, and I'm no longer needed. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could have asked for. You must render judgment of Athena's actions. We need you, Themis. Laser beam! This warmth. Your ether. There's not a lot of it. You've grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. Is this my perspective? I am Elidibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Erithonius and La Habrea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. Yeah, exactly, Cole. I think that's actually the key problem with, like, honestly, in some degree, a lot of untelegraphed things is that when it's untelegraphed, it just means it's a memorization thing instead of like learning how to deal with it. Now you just also have to remember how it looks or where it lands. I can see it make more sense when it's like a circle AoE, because it's like, oh, where exactly does it hit and things like that. There's some mastery in that, but if it's a tank buster, it's going to hit the tank. Like, they could just make it a tank buster marker, then you have to remember whether it's a circle AoE around the tank, a cone, or not. You could do that. I do agree on that it's a little weird that there's so many, like, savage and extreme mechanics, and ultimate mechanics for that matter, that has no, like, indicators to make it harder. Because it is a matter of, like, prog, right? But if it's fun that way, then that's what really matters. Themis, it's good to see you, and your Caetsu would guide you to our side once again. I'm grateful she had the patience to tolerate my lapse in manners. Athena's hold upon me is broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answer for her deeds. Very good. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course, as I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Caetsu knows well, a man by the name of Claudian. By a twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. The creation of a person requires not just body, soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of ether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she has turned her sights toward Caetsu. Her uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. By scrutinizing her feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secret of Caetsu's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the culmination of her research be at hand. Then to fight. Let's see, can't we simply remove Athena's memories from Claudian's body? An arduous task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another's soul, but she cannot erase its will, if we awaken Claudian's spirit to the reality of his bondage. He might be compelled to wrest his body from Athena's clutches. We still don't know why she chose Claudian. What makes him more suited than anyone else? Though I've never spoken to Claudian, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Ericthonius. Dun 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 dun. What? Why would she... It is as I thought. Hey, Wolf's Den music. Themis, you may have just handed us the key to rescuing Claudian. What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable, as Elidibus was. Yet, our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. Caetsu, we have no choice but to place the burden of our fate, and the fate of many more besides, squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections. Objections? No. Concerns? Yes. Though we know not what form Athena will take, I have faith that your skill will see us through this trial, as it has many times before. And we all appreciate Caetsu's willingness to fling herself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. The same goes for you, Caetsu. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess. Then let us trust in La Brea and prepare for the battle to come. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never discovered the Aura Site, had never fallen under its influence, would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me? I have asked myself the same questions. Questions with no answer, I fear. But let us put them out of our mind. There's something we must discuss, and I would do so not as La Brea, but as a father to his son. We don't get to hear that conversation, though. You don't care about that. Bom 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 bom. Shine brilliant for me. These chains were forged from the fabric of creation. I was like, wait, where is everyone? Oh. I was about to say, I don't think that she requires 2 tanks. I don't think we need 3 healers either, but well, this isn't going well. Oh, Ardal is back. Okay, and 2 people left. Is Ardal that powerful? Well, what do I do now? Ardal, you're back just in time to join for P12. It seems like both Imi and Gazel really wants you to have this seat. Days has got to spot 1 more. That depends on whether Gazel or Ymir really wants to get back in the group. Ymir says I have to go anyway. Okay. In that case, the question is whether I take Gazel or take Tay. Gazel is already here, so I just need to know whether Gazel wants the spot or not. That's a good point, T. Ardal says in game, take Gazel and Tay. I always come for P12 and daily streams. That's fair. It's a good point. But that is also a good point. Gazel also does that. Daredevil missed out on some of the P10 and all of the P11, so like the fair balance is that Daredevil also gets P12 then, I guess. We can wait for you, Tay, if you like. You just have to start moving. Hey, you're in. Hope you're doing well. We have more people. Let me know when you've arrived, eh? Looks like you've arrived, you just need to log in. You finally arrived. What are you wearing? It's my boss killing outfit. That's a lot of villains in Final Fantasy XIV. What are you wearing? Gradison says, when did you transfer to Alpha? This is an alt. This is an alt. My main is still on Louis Soir. Naradel writes in game, does Tibel Riya want to join? I don't know whose character Tibel Riya is, I can't remember. But if you do want to join, we would like to know. I do think there are some people in the group that are like, if anyone wants my spot. So if you want to join, that's Grandison. If you want to join for P12, do you want to join? And we'll figure that out as well. No preference. Okay, well, in that case, I think we'll just do it like this, and then just do no more modifications and just go for it. No, Lexi, we're good. We have too many people, and we're trying, and we were discussing whether we should adjust anything there. We're good on people. If we start funneling in more people, we might be able to make 2 groups. Such chaos. Here we go. Let's hope I don't die randomly. Also true, Chelsea. Maybe one day we have had situations where we could almost make 2 normal raid groups on Daily Hangout. beast mode camera turns to this.
You have done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
Perfectly normal woman. Does a normal woman have this on their chest? Hey 11, hope you're doing well. And the guy doing the Ryunosuke. Hey Tifa, hope you're doing well. Oh. Oh no. I've made us slightly askew. I have failed.
From nothing, I mold life.
This is your chance to tank her at a 45-degree angle. Instead, I tanked her at a 5-degree angle, which is almost worse.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
It's the return of her eternal gaze. She 1 pixel off? One Lala off. Just move 1 Lala to the left. Eternal gaze. Run! Hello. I've arrived. Literally unplayable. The 1 pixel off. Shine brilliant for me! And by shine brilliant for me, I mean get yeeted off the arena. Hey Darth, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I normally do something like that as well, Darth. It's just, it's no reason to stand so far away, so I just go in a little closer. But I normally do that as well.
I give voice.
Shine brilliant for me, like Team Rocket blasting off again. And that sounds about right. I think we're getting to the root of the problem here. Blessings be upon you. Hooks into the arena to try and kill you. Yeah, no point in using cooldowns. I think I won't be able to spend everything. Also, better to just spend it on the... What? How? Are you all on minimum? Yeah, we are on minimum item level. That is probably why Zip got one-shotted, because you had a one measly vulnerability stack from something. Oh. that is actually a kind of spicy raid wide for normal, isn't it? Hey, Kaelia. Hope you're doing well.
Shine brilliant for me. You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
Good to you, Kaelia. 1, 2, and then switch, and 3.
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
Oh, this is the time where she normally dies. We're low DPS and we brought an extra DPS even. We're so weak. It's almost like you're on low item level. What? How did that happen? Who did that? How is it possible? Because you didn't bring a gun breaker? Ah, yes.
Today, my theory shall be proven as fact.
She just does that again? Okay. I'm starting to realize how people got so attached to her saying that particular line. If the part where she normally dies is, like these days, also happens to be the point where she just starts spamming that particular mechanic. What? That was close. Is that enrage? I don't know. It was just that Sip almost yoinked me. Fortunately, or unfortunately, normal doesn't have a hard enrage. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. Oh. If I was there, she would have been dead hours ago. Cole says, I wish her Savage enrage for phase 1. was just her dropping platforms until you die. You know, that would actually be really cool. I feel like... I mean, that would of course have to go a little fast if they want the Hardened Rage to happen at a specific time. But that would be an interesting way to do it. That is actually interesting because the first boss in Dunscaith has a Hardened Rage because you know, the big flyer guy next to the airship. You know how he marks like squares on the arena and then uses a spell that kills everyone on the squares? He will eventually actually fill all of them out, and then you die when he does the kill mechanic again. The reason why I think that's relevant is because often with these kinds of mechanics, when the boss reaches the point where they're placing like the final one, they just don't, so that you don't have a Hardened Rage. But that boss does, and you might be wondering, how does Kai know that? And yes, I wiped. But that is an interesting example of how this could have been. It also, like, I just think it's interesting when the Hardened Rage is something that makes sense, like something kind of logical. Like, one of my favorite Hardened Rages is E6S. That is Ifrit and Garuda. And Raxa Paxa when they combine. The Hardened Rage... Well, there is a mechanic some part into the fight where Raxa Paxa pulls out a giant sword and cleaves a 270-degree cone. So basically there's an open cone behind the boss where there's safety. Just cleaves, and if you're in front or if you're not in the safe spot, you die. The Hardened Rage is that instead of cleaving from the middle of the room, the boss flies up in the air, goes over to the edge of the arena, and then cleaves the entire room with no space behind them. Like, I sat there like, you know, that actually makes really good sense. Exactly, it's a massive blade. But, like, it makes perfect sense that the boss is like, wait a minute, I'm an idiot. And then just flies over to the corner and just cleaves everyone. Like, why didn't I just do that to begin with? Similar to how Cole is like, I wish her Savage enrages that she would just remove all of the platforms eventually, and then you die from falling. Like, again, she could just remove all of the platforms. She can fly, so she could have just done that, and then it would just drop, and it would be easy. But for some reason, she doesn't. Yeah, I get that. Logical Hardened Rages. Tank stats equals boss IQ minus 90%. That's why they attack the tank, I think, also. We've arrived! Blink, blink. Countless years I waited within that stifling crystal, and now, when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. You could have just not summoned them. Your dream is naught but selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena, at the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she worked against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother cast us aside. How unlike you, Ericthonius. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a hypothesis, there's but one thing the wise woman desires. Yes? Alright, Athena. Don't look in... You know, you would have been more believable if you didn't look like a lunatic while you said it. Irrefutable proof. My theory was that any true god would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards that it might shine brighter than any other. And you would destroy the lives already upon it. In that, I'm no different from our peers. Over the course of eons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the self-same course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. The Orosite made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it cannot have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. What right have you to pass judgment? You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? Poor Erichthonius, always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason, that you might serve as my tool. And like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands and ensured that you would feel a cloying affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design. Oops. Going to summon a Rasengan right now, carefully behind my back? You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, ever hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You're more than what she made you. I still feel the sting of it, but with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. As stubborn as you are witless, if this star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. Rasengan! Wait, Spirit Bomb, apparently. She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life. She will do no such thing. Hadouken! Before the battle, La Brea told me I was the key to finishing this. Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed eons to find its home in another, one whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memories seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena inhabits him still. What will become of you? I don't know, but if I can rouse his soul, perhaps it will disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now I've found it. It's really windy here. This decision is yours to make, and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you shall make me proud. Ericthonius, do not dare. She's hard and raging in the cutscene. That's true. She's actually hard and raging. No, stop this. I'm charging up my spirit bomb. Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own. No, but my spirit bomb. And I have found my true family. No, but my spirit bomb. No. Bomb. She consumed an Ericthonius. My power wanes. The vessel rejects me. Poof. Where did the spirit bomb go? Oh, there it was. What's happening? Athena's magics should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandæmonium together, and now it crumbles. Though little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Caetsu's final resting place. It's fine, I'll just teleport. How about Claudian? Oh. Oh. Well then. Of all my miscalculations, to think that you would be my undoing, that you would even be capable of defying me. Ah, is there more you would say to me? Get trolled, mate. Get owned. Have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, but I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you've wrought collapses, burying you under its weight. How disappointing. Truly useless to the last. In this case, that's actually her fault. And who made me that way? Kaboom! And it's gone. Let's see. Hey, Eaterit and Rico. Hope you're both doing very well. Xanadu says how go. Also, hey Xanadu. Says how goes the angry small tank noise as well. We just beat P12. I feel like did we have less deaths on P12 than we had on P11? Non-Pandæmonium. There's a DB reference, is it so much harder now? Yeah. Unfortunate news. That says I was the only death in Pizza. Tay got run over by the tank buster right at the end as well. But I think you were too distracted by trying to kill me. Although Ericthonius was naught but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you. But he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment, not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed their advance. We shall stay here, both to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that there are no further disturbances in the ethereal sea. You should rest, and I will not take no for an answer. And then we didn't rest. It seems we can do naught but wait. You know, now that you mention it, Claudian does look really similar to Ericthonius, doesn't he? Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleague Nemgigi was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Ascians, La Habrea. Oops. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent that there's no evidence connecting the Ascian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Habrea used the Heart of Zabik to sow chaos throughout your world, and I would be a fool to deny such strong connections between us. You're the only one present who has met the Ascian in question, so I would ask you directly, are he and I one and the same? Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? Technically, they're the same person. On the other hand, so yeah, that is your fate. However, we both know that it's the Heart of Zabik making you do that. And also different circumstances. You will sow endless bread memes. I'm pretty sure I also went with the second option originally. I did originally do this on stream, so we would be able to check, but I can't remember. So to do it different, I imagine a lot of players chose number 2, so I'll choose number 1, so we can see what he responds to that. I see. If you say it is so, then there's no reason to disbelieve it. These Ascians, or Paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the sundered worlds. I've heard but a small number of their deeds, and still I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. To choose a path of evil, all for the sake of the star. I admit, it is a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the ages may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. Xanadu says, well, that's exactly the same response I got. Well, so the options don't matter. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the Heart of Zabik as a mere tool for my own ends. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while. Brian says, who or what is Sabik though? Earlier, Gazel told us that the Japanese version of the story, it's called the Black Holy Stone Sabik or something like that. So in the Japanese version, the heart of Sabik is actually named Sabik. So I guess that answers that. It's me. It's me. Ah, it appears Claudian has awakened. Hi. Caetsu, I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. And you were there too. And you were there. And you were there. And you were there. Hey, Joanna, hope you're doing well. La Brea, Ericthonius' memories of you dwell within me still. Through unyielding discipline, you hoped to forge a son equal to yourself, but the crucible you placed him in left scars which were loath to heal. Yet you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty. At the least, I will hear no more. Though you may possess Ericthonius' memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy, and an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Of course, I would never condone the actions of the Ascian, but you're not him. You are La Brea of the Convocation. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that, you deserve the utmost praise, and my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandæmonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus' liberator, who set the very first wheels in motion. There's but one place to find these answers: the past. However, I must insist that you keep silent about Athena's fate. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we could not uncover ourselves. Now that I've said my piece, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. Just delete, / delete self. These odious memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Farewell. My time, too, draws near, but I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. You shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Brea's words, yes? While Themis himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective of them on the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it with me. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. That's one weird way of saying you're welcome. The fact the small guy's opinion that will be shared. The one sound But it says a lot about how Lahabrea thinks of the world. That he's basically like, well, I will become your enemy in the future. So there's no point in treating me like a friend because I will be your enemy in the future. Hence, I'm already your enemy. Like, logically, you should strike me down today so that I don't get to become your enemy. And that, of course, also says something about how he would think. Like, if he knows... Like, if he knew that the player character, when we are in Pandæmonium, would later on turn around and become his enemy, there's a reasonable chance that he would have been a lot more aggressive towards us, I think. I don't know, but it could be the case. Good luck, Chelsea. And sleep well. Future enemy, this sassy pink child. Prepping for Pandæmonium Ultimate? That would be pretty cool. They did say that they were going to skip over something, right? But was that for Unreals? I feel like that was for Unreals. Caetsu, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. It seems I was wrong. I'm looking for answers. I just wanted to say hello. Hey guys. Weird place to meet, isn't it? Oh, here we are. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will then. She has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We brave Pandæmonium together. Why not at least share with her our progress? I have relinquished control of Pandæmonium to Lahabrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in rightful hands. With Lahabrea's help, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemithoi. Thus, were we able to restore Hegemony's mind and body. Yet, there's still much work to be done. Damage to repair, keywords to replace, the tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandæmonium will soon function as it did before. Indeed, before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which must be put to rest. One concerns Pandæmonium itself, and another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. It shall not take long. Lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I have chosen my course. These concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burdens with us? If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost beggars belief, but I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask that you do not interfere, no matter what may happen. Derby says Stormblood Story Ultimate would just be Xenos for 30 minutes. I mean, there were some people that would like that. Stay here. This will be over soon. I mean, Cole, didn't they do the raid of Heavensward first and then the story? So there's a very real possibility that the thing that is supposed to come after top is specifically the story of Stormblood, right? I'm not saying that it will, I'm just saying if they're following the same procedure, then it could be that. But we don't know. Why did you call me here, Master Labrea? There's still much to be done if the warders are to be freed. You have served within Pandæmonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior key ward, now that Agdistis is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear, one concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing part of my soul. A necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as Labrea. I could never hope to wield the same magics that Hephaestus used to bind the warders' minds, let alone break their shackles. That tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master Labrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a Anabaseios, absolute control over their mind was essential. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within their victims' hearts. In the case of Hesperos and Agdistis, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw Pandæmonium into chaos. With their attention divided, key ward and warder alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus' prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. How about expensive sympathy? For long days and nights, I pondered who might have released him. I could only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long ago, when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Hegemony. None would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandæmonium. But you do not believe I am the one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for Pandæmonium, but Athena's. Master Labrea, whatever spurred this sudden accusation? I assure you there is a proper explanation. What are you doing, Labrea? Do not approach. Now you can sit there and feel bad about it for a bit. As I have already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to a decision, one which was made with the best interests of our star in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength I have lost. I must embrace these odious memories. Ah, it's like a shower. Mark well this sight, engrave it upon your very soul. Ta-da! You now bear witness to the true Labrea. Bleh. That snack looks tasty. I know, right? And he just poured it over himself instead of eating it. Such a waste. I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive? Yes, and she shall remember this lesson well. Athena's puppet no longer, I see. She may yet harbor ill will toward me, but that is a risk I am willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow Pandæmonium to divert my focus. Hey, Adog, we finished, but it was actually just all viewers that joined. Like, there was actually no pre-made. I started having a reasonable assumption that we would have enough people. We actually had too many people at some points. But yeah, it was kind of like a viewer party in a way. Which it often is on these streams. Hegemony, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison. None other who will take such pride in their duty. It's an interesting way to stand up, but you're working on it. My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of keyword? We have a job listing out, but you know how it goes. We have to interviews and figure out who the right one is. They have to training and all that. You know how it goes. And you're already trained and ready, so you know. I require your talents, as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence. Very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. Anabaseios is himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only of the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. Oh. And should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper course. Gee, I sure hope so, Themis. Good. If this is the path he chooses to walk, then I will walk with him. I'll allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead. I would not ask you to say the same, Caetsu. You and I stand on peaks separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. And never shall one give way to the other, for such is our nature. That in mind, let us consider any depths between us to be void. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable, and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction. Yeah, the story is really long, Cole. That's the thing. Last week we spent 5 hours and got through 2 parts. And I didn't actually spend that much time just talking. But I enjoy this story. It would be weird if I didn't, because my biggest lament with this entire story with the ancients and all that is that every time we've gotten just a glimpse of like ancient story, I'm like, man, I wish there was more. Like, how do you convey how do you make, like, basically the ancients, their story is like, I mean, for the most part, things are good, which means that a lot of what they do would just be, you know, talking and resolving problems, I guess. So I feel like this story, even though it feels like, wow, they just talk and talk and talk, it's more ancient stuff, right? Like that's at least something. Yeah, but it is very long. I believe the reason for that, Cole, is that the forced solo duty stuff, I'm guessing that they decided to have that instead of, you know, trash packs leading up to some bosses. Like, you can see the evolution of how raids worked through the years by being like, in Coils, there was a lot of trash, and like there were entire like raid encounters that was just like traversing the dungeon, right? With no boss at the end. And then in Alexander, they started going, well, what if we have like some trash leading up to the room where the boss is? And then in Stormblood, they go, well, I mean, the trash packs aren't that interesting. They're not going to be that hard anyway. So how about we just let the player do it once in the solo duty? And then in Shadowbringers, they just went whatever on that, right? Like, they've gradually moved away from it. But I do think that there's a logical explanation as to why. Like, it makes sense that there would be trash leading up to a boss. But you can absolutely just explain it as, we killed those off screen. The mazes from Coils, yeah. There you are, Caetsu. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened while I was held prisoner. His story shone light upon any number of questions that were niggling at my conscience, namely, those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Azizla. Doubtless its source was Athena, reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Ericthonius' place, grasping for the body his soul resided in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memories stored within? Indeed, it was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Ericthonius' soul in subtle ways. Perhaps ethereal resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Ericthonius exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless the choice to venture forth into Azizla was not your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never would have encouraged such recklessness usually. Although the choice was not entirely my own, I am still ashamed of my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. That the voice in the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated, well, not even the most brilliant researcher could come to that conclusion. Your reassurance means more than you know. Thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Perhaps sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this may indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. For some time, the question of why La Habrea and Erichthonius would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With Erichthonius' memories and such magical talents as are at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for us all to behold. Shall we witness it together? Hey Leah, hope you're doing well. Bloop. What's next? I leave this memory for you, the future of our star. The final days have come, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair has not yet worn out. La Habrea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus, Themis, has already offered to give his life for our salvation. Yet, there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandæmonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it will take time to restore order. If Pandæmonium's cells were breached and their prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themis and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, that responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days may take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That's why I have resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandæmonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future, even if I cannot. I've imbued the crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandæmonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, then perhaps another woman like my dear friend will come along. One with an almost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. I wonder where she is now. How many souls has she saved? And how many beasts has she slain since last we met? Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Caetsu, may we meet again. Now, listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandæmonium. Please make haste. I repeat. And that's what we heard at the start. I love this song. Which is over now. About the same one. Enjoy your nap, Caetsu. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me. And now we come to this. It survived. Yes, the heart of Sabik. The tie that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. However, its power as Orosite yet remains, and it may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. Let Smol Caetsu eat it. That might be dangerous, actually. She might actually finally truly turn into a primal. I shall take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness. Looks burnt anyway. Ugh, licorice crystal, am I right? As she deserves. Another cutscene! I do wonder why that happens sometimes, that they just decide to hop out and then go, oh, do you want another cutscene? There's
I
more.
see. Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare.
Surprise! Voice acting!
As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandæmonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend. So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper. Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel. You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of Pandæmonium are clear, all else is hazy at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way. Or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before. Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth into our age, into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say. However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandæmonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation, then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile, and I am unburdened by regret. That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful. I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other. How fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep. The course of history is set by its victors. It is immutable, and yet should this star continue upon its path, look, the light.
Let's see. Hey Nikolai, hope you're doing well. And hey Archibuster, hope you're doing well as well. And Traverse says, I've come across a lot of people that hate this seed, saying it ruins everything with Elidibus from post-Shadowbringers and Endwalker, making everything he did meaningless somehow. Don't know about that. Personally, I think it's nice to have that, like, closure, as you said, or that Yunsilament said, I guess, because we have that entire bit in post-Shadowbringers, and then we have the part in Endwalker, the leveling story of Endwalker, and then, like, those things, like, almost like it ties a knot back, because it all makes sense how the thing at the start of Endwalker, or in the leveling story of Endwalker, suddenly there's an explanation for how he could know to send us there. And we don't actually get, like, obviously we could, like, put 2 and 2 together and go, well, obviously he knew that, because when we see him in the raid, we know that he knows that we were there when he recognizes us. But with the many years since, and his mind being messed with so much, it's easy that he could just not recognize us. So there's just something in the back of his mind, as he said, that just goes, this person has to go to Elpis. And it just goes with it, like, can't quite recall why, but they have to. I don't know how that particular cutscene ruins anything. I guess the thing that people are actually talking about with it ruining anything is that him saying goodbye, or, you know, having his final hurrah at the post-Shadowbringers stuff, is very tragic and very sad. Then he's back in Endwalker, which kind of just makes the previous goodbye quote-unquote meaningless. Quote-unquote meaningless. And then he says goodbye there, and then we're like, oh, this is the final time we see him then. And then he comes back again. I'm guessing that's the problem, is that so far, Themis or Elidibus has come back and left again twice. So there's there's the suggestion that if they need him to convey some more information to us, he could do it again in Dawn Trail or whenever, because it seems like it doesn't matter, right? But I don't think it's like that. Like, personally, I don't think it's like that. Like, there's a logical explanation for why he showed up these times, and there, like, now we've kind of finished on that. There's a reasonable explanation as to how he could come back in Endwalker twice, but there's now no longer a reason why he would do that. There's no reason for him to come back again now. So that means that for him to come back again, they first have to, like, establish a reason for why he should come back. And establish a method of which he can come back. And then we take it from there. There's also the thing with Y'shtola, yeah. Where she quote-unquote died in A Realm Reborn, right? Came back in Heavensward. And she didn't die in Stormblood. Almost. But the cutscene made it look like she died. And then in Shadowbringers, she dies and then is brought back, like, immediately after almost. It's like that. There's almost comical. It's almost like they went, ha! You thought we'd do that, didn't you? Just like, never mind. We're just kidding. Just kidding. She didn't die in Endwalker, did she? I don't believe she did. Oh, right. She technically in... There's that bit. That's true. Oh, look, there's a new vendor. That's true. They all did. I suppose that's why I didn't remember it as her dying. But, she's Goku if Goku was a cat girl. Instead of a monkey boy. That's a pretty good one. I mean, at this point, it would be shocking if Y'shtola actually left the MSQ, like, forever. Given that... Which characters... So, each Final Fantasy game has, like, certain characters, and sometimes actual characters, that represent them in different games. Like, if you have a character featuring from Final Fantasy VII in a different game, whether it's a collab with a different Final Fantasy game, or, like, you know, one of those games where they just have, like, representative from all of the Square Enix stuff or all of the Final Fantasy stuff, or they are from in a different game altogether, you know, like Smash Brothers or something. If it's a Final Fantasy VII character you're bringing, it's not going to be Barret, right? It's probably going to be Cloud or Sephiroth. That's usually who it's going to be. With 14, for some reason, the character that they usually bring is Y'shtola, to my knowledge. Y'shtola is really high on the rankings on that one. And if they then remove Y'shtola from the story, I'm just saying, imagine if they were I don't know, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out recently, right? Imagine if there was a part 3 coming out in a few years, where Cloud isn't in it. Like, he's just not in it for some reason. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Also, imagine Sephiroth isn't in it. That would be weird. So it would be kind of like that. So because Y'shtola is such a significant part of, like, the representation of Final Fantasy XIV, Also, because there's a lot of people that would for some reason be actually mad if Y'shtola was removed from the story, she's probably there to stay. If they ever introduce another main group Mikote, be afraid for Y'shtola. Because I mean... Oh, yeah, I was just about to say, Darth. There is another Mikote. The female one, maybe. Ham says, if I remember correctly, in the original, Cloud leaves the party for a time at some point. That is correct. He is wheelchair bound and basically insane or something like that for some time. And in that time period, I believe Sid takes the seat as like the main or something instead. Flamin joins the party. Right, and then later Tifa does. But yeah, exactly. But that's a specific like period in the story. There's actually a fun fact about that. This is a just personal little story. Back when my brother and I were working through Final Fantasy VII, like we basically played the same save file. We were stuck on that part of it. In fairness, we were stuck on a lot of stupid points in the game on account of neither of us being able to read English. Just saying, Final Fantasy VII, just guessing where to go is really hard. We were stuck on that part for so long that our highest level character was Sid. For some reason. Right then. Welcome back, Caetsu. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insight into my own origins. Truly, it is a gift I could never hope to repay. As La Brea said, I am not Erichthonius, yet I bear part of him inside me, and I shall do what I can to follow the traces he has left behind in the present day. The spark has been struck in my mind. I am ready to pursue my research with a fervor the likes of which I have not had since my youth. Doubtless, I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When that time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you fare well. Yeah, I get that, girl. That is probably it. It's more annoying that people just, like, why have them die only for them to come back again? Like, it makes it feel like every time someone dies in the story, you're like, okay, so are they dead or what? Because they keep coming back, right? Like, I see it. I totally get it. Catch this. Even as someone who speaks English, Final Fantasy VII was very easy to get lost in if you didn't pay attention. Yeah, that's fair. I am just saying, I'm impressed how far my brother and I got in Final Fantasy VII with all the complexities of the game, both mechanically and story-wise, considering that we basically didn't get any of it. Traverses, I think people get caught up on games needing to be mature and actually killing characters we like instead of being cowards. I don't agree with this, but I hear that a lot for Final Fantasy XIV and other games. Well, I think part of the reason why people get annoyed when characters die only to come back in Final Fantasy XIV is because Final Fantasy XIV actually, like, led with a story that was dark and gritty enough that characters died and stayed dead. Right? Like, in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, there were characters that died and stayed dead. Characters that mattered. Characters that people cared about. And I think the closest we get to that in, like, for example, Shadowbringers is that early on in the story. I'm not going to be too specific in case anyone in the chat has not done that part of the story yet, but it feels like in Shadowbringers, they set up a character to be super likable. Like, they basically set up Horschiffon again, right? Specifically to kill them off. Like, it feels like they don't want to invest a huge amount of story to, like, really get you attached. But they do want to make sure you know that they're still willing to kill off a character. Which makes it a little strange. But I do think it's the big point is that if Final Fantasy XIV's like A Realm Reborn and Heavensward never had made this sort of precedence, like they had never had the situation where, oh, a character dies off, right? If they'd never done that, then we wouldn't expect it. So it's that might be the reason why some people are annoyed that we have these like die and come back situations. Although I suppose there's precedence for people to come back since Heavensward as well, right? People die when they're killed, meme. Yeah, I get it. I think if they're specifically not going to kill off a character anyway, like if they're just going to bring them back, then maybe tell the story differently. But I suppose, like for example, the case with Y'shtola in Shadowbringers, it's not so much a story beat for Y'shtola, it's more a story beat for him itself, right? In a way. By the way, we're not doing this quests. We're not doing those quests. It's the extreme unlocks, I believe. The thing we're doing next is the Final Fantasy XV collaboration event. But before we do that, I'll have to be right back. Meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. That would actually be really funny, Traverse. If it reached a point where the characters in the story was getting annoyed, like, ah, Y'shtola. Why? I have to do it again. Oh, nice, a bonfire. Where is it the quest starts again? Da. Thank you. Yeah, that too, Catch. That is actually a really, really good example of why it is a little bit annoying when other characters don't come back, right? Is that this particular character can basically do no wrong. They just keep coming back. That's it. They all need to yell power of friendship somewhere in game and actually make their intergroup saving each other true canon for why no one dies anymore. Tie it to Dynamis or whatever. That would be pretty good. Gloves! Greetings, adventurer. It's been a while. Do not tell me you've forgotten about Kibiyakya, reporter for The Raven. You see, a certain rumor has been making its rounds of late. No few travelers passing through Thanalan report seeing an unusual black vehicle along with peculiar mechanical soldiers. Do you happen to know anything about them? No? Let me tell you then. Let me tell you then that there is growing concern that they might be some unknown type of Garlean weaponry. Why, even the good people of Garland Ironworks have been called upon to investigate. This promises to be a most compelling story, and I intend to be the first reporter to tell it, but in order to do that, I require the contribution of good folk such as yourself. Lest you wonder, the black vehicle was most recently sighted near Blackbrush in central Thanalan. Should you come into any information, I ask that you bring me word without delay. Do you have the MGP for the car? Nope. Not even close. But we wouldn't use it anyway. Every time Smol Kai goes literally anywhere, she uses the magic school bus because we usually have more than 4 people. That's fine. Can't afford it, but I wouldn't get it anyway. My main has had the car since the last time the event was on, so. The annoying part of quests like this, where there's like a little fate you have to do, is if you're doing the quest, you know what the fate is called, and you're just seeing it time out over in the distance. How much is the car? It is 200,000 MGP. Why won't you move, damn it? It would be very easy, Grelizin, but the thing is, Smol Kai don't do grinds. She does stories. And plays through quest lines. My main does grinds. Smol Kai don't know how to grind things. She levels things sometimes. That's the only thing she grinds, levels. Hey, do you know if there's a garage nearby? A what? Just my luck to have a breakdown in the middle of nowhere. What is this place anyway? Thanalan. Eorzea. That's on no map I've ever seen. It's on my map. I'm not sure how it got here, and I've got no idea where I need to go, but I'm going nowhere at this rate. Isn't there anyone around here who can fix cars? Absolutely. Garland Ironworks might be able to handle it. Seriously? Man. Seriously? Man, what a relief. Anyway, might as well keep pushing her along. That looks really heavy to push, buddy. That's a really big car. Hey, mind giving me a hand? She's heavier than she looks. She looks extremely heavy, buddy. What's your name, by the way? And then Smol Kai told him her name. Appreciate the help, Caetsu. My name's Noctis, but you can call me Noct. And now that we're introduced, let's put our backs into it. Talk about deja vu. Unbelievable. Hey Siren, hope you're doing well. Ask him what boy band he plays in. And here we are. Don't ask how we got here. Oh, if it isn't Mistress Caetsu, someone says from off screen. It's a car! By the gods, she's magnificent! Such elegance, such refinement! As you may have heard, we were tasked by the Alliance with investigating the mystery vehicle. Master Sid himself should be close. If you'll excuse me a moment, I will direct him hither. Sid is here. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? Here comes Caetsu. Why am I not surprised that you're here already? So this is the machine. At a glance, it doesn't appear to be of Garlean make. Yeah, no duh. The young fellow there, I take he's the owner. And Noctis doesn't seem to know anything about Eorzea, you say? Peculiar. Might he have lost his memories like I did? Hey, I'm right here, you know? Now, if you're done talking about me, you're Sid, right? Not quite the Sid I was expecting, but if you can fix the regalia, then it's all good. I'll be honest with you, this is technology I'm unfamiliar with. I can't make any promises, but I will try my best. Appreciate it. There's just one little problem. I don't have any money. Never you mind that. To be able to work on a unique machine such as this is its own reward. Seriously? You're a lifesaver. Oh, and Caetsu, I trust you also heard about the mechanical soldiers. We're tasked with investigating them as well. By all accounts, they appear to be simply men, albeit armored head to toe and bearing advanced firearms. What betrays them is the unnatural efficiency with which they move. Sounds like MTs to me. MTs? Magitech troopers. Robotic soldiers created by the Niflheim Empire. Come to think of it, the last thing I remember is being at a Nif base. It's kinda hazy, but there was a strange machine, and before I knew it, I was here, in this place you call Eorzea. That's quite an unusual tale, but then again, I'm in the presence of unusual technology. I have no reason to doubt your words. You may have inadvertently activated a teleportation device and been sent to our world. At any rate, you seem to be acquainted with these mechanical soldiers. Perhaps you could investigate in our stead? They were most recently sighted near the Unholy Air, not far to the east of here. If they really are MTs, they might hold some clue on how to return home. Alright, leave them to me. Wait! It wouldn't do to leave our visitor to wander a strange land alone. Could you accompany him, Caetsu? Rest assured I'll tend to the regalia in the meantime. Run! Thank you, Traverse. The Unholy Air Fate. Oh, I guess we'll have to wait for that fate to appear then. Gameplay! Orion says, I played the early version of Final Fantasy 15, like before they reworked how Ifrit looks. I didn't even know they changed that. What I know about Final Fantasy 15 is that it had a really, really rocky start. One of these games needs to have Sydney instead of Sid, just randomly. Wait, why? I don't quite get that one, Darth. But that's not what that fate was called. Huh? That makes no sense. Certainly has certain qualities it doesn't. That walk is... It does look weird. MTs, just as I thought. And our Magitech armor to boot. They must have crossed over when I did. But I couldn't find any clues on how I might cross back. What am I supposed to do now? Let's consult a random journalist. Let's consult Sid. That old geezer, well, he did seem to know his stuff. Time to go to my swag walk again. Yeah. You're coming along, right? Let's go check in on the regalia. And then it started raining. Right, my swag walk then. And here we are. So, how fared you? Were you able to find the mechanical soldiers? Didn't quite hide, did they? You fought them, so the rumors were true. That being the case, I would very much like to examine the technology with my own eyes. I have a favor to ask, Caetsu. The next time you encounter these soldiers, could you salvage their parts? Ahem. Mistress... Who's saying that? Mistress Caetsu, may I ask that you bring said parts to either myself or my colleagues in the 3 city-states? We will pass them along to the chief, after he has completed his long list of outstanding tasks. I finally made it. It takes a while to go when I have to swag walk everywhere you see. Hey, where's my car? Don't worry, she's in a safe place. A reporter came sniffing about while you were away, so I decided to move her to the dispatch yard that we might carry out the repairs undisturbed. I'm pleased to say I was able to identify the problem, and I believe it can be fixed. However, it may take some time to fashion the replacement part. I see. That's good to know. You must be the mystery man! Oh, I'm no fashion correspondent, but I like your look. A simple silhouette with an emphasis on the details. What's the deal with you? Where are my manners? Kipi Yakya, reporter for The Raven, at your service. You are the owner of the mysterious black vehicle, yes? What, you mean the regalia? I beg your pardon? Regalia. Ah, so that's what she's called. A stately name. She's like nothing anyone has ever seen in Eorzea. May I ask where you hail from and how you came to be here? I'm from far away. I was on a journey, we were fighting. Then suddenly I was here. I really need to find my way back. There's so much I have to do. A mysterious young man, come from another world, desperately seeking a way home. A promising premise. Now then, may I ask what manner of journey you were on? Well, I was traveling with my friends. We were on our way to meet someone important to me. Someone important to you? Could you please elaborate on the nature of your relationship with this individual? Oh, hold on just a second. You're not the only one with questions, you know. I've got loads of my own. Well, sir, the Raven has many eyes and ears, and I would be happy to call upon them all for the answers you seek, if you'll agree to grant me an exclusive interview. Yes, sure, whatever. Then it's settled. If you would accompany me to Uldar, we may continue our conversation while I put my connections to work. Da 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 da. Alright, says, does anyone know if fashion reports color checks look at dye applied by glamour or not? I believe it just checks on exactly what you're like, what exactly you're wearing appearance-wise, so it would check your glamour piece instead of the actual gear piece you're wearing, so that's important. Another important thing for anyone who's like going to do fashion report, make sure you're wearing something in every slot. For some reason that matters. The only slot that doesn't matter is the shield slot. Noctis was very cooperative, and I have lots of juicy morsels for my feature article. Lest you wonder, he was on his way to meet his beloved fiancée. Will the two sweethearts be reunited? With such a timeless tale of romance, the next edition of The Raven is certain to fly off the stands. Come now, don't look at me so. It's been so long since I last graced the front page, and as promised, I'll help Noctis find the answers he seeks. I've already put the word out to my colleagues, and I expect to hear back from them any moment now. Oh, speak of the devil. Yes, keepy here. What do you have for me? Truly, thank you so much. It was my pizza. See? What did I tell you? We have a hopeful lead. We'll need to take a little trip together, the three of us. See to your preparations and let me know when you're ready to depart. Have these gloves randomly. The quest told me that... see, let me just read it up. The fate-like clockwork will appear at the clutch in Central Thanalan over the course of the seasonal event. Completing this fate will reward players with pieces of unidentified magitech. These items may be exchanged for various goods by speaking with an Ironworks hand. Ironworks hands are posted at Blackbrush and in each of the 3 city-states. The various items that you can trade it for are basically, to my knowledge, just... basically just orchestrion rolls, as I recall. Kind of weird. Ready to depart? Excellent! Our destination is the Twellswood. More of those mechanical soldiers have been sighted there. To be sure, my colleague only heard the rumors. I suggest first heading to Gridania and seeking out the witnesses. Sounds good. Let's go. Let's get going. Wait! New as you are to Eorzea, you may struggle to find your way around. Permit me to show you to Gridania. Alrighty, lead the way. Swag walk. Here's actually a little funny backstory to that quest on my end. Apparently, so see, remember this, I said I had the regalia from when the event was originally here, right? But somehow, I had to do the fate 3 times. So, Kai from like 6 years ago was like, what do I need these for? And just yeeted them. I also had bought none of the other event items. Like, I had only bought the car, and I'm pretty sure I learned of the fashion report back then. Specifically so that I could get the... Why is the overlay crashing so much right now? It's really like it's crashing extremely quickly now. Oh, I agree, Silvermint. I'm not making fun of them because it looks super weird. It's just, it's funny. It's like I do the Wolf's Den music thing. It's funny. I also do the hat tip for 0. Just, I noticed I noticed the funny things. I try to pay attention, like... That is an interesting name. Marculort. Mechanical soldiers. My apologies, but I'm not familiar with the rumors. Well, I am. A fellow I know claims he came upon them near the Hawthorne Hut in the East Shroud. At first he thought they were men, but on closer inspection he says they were more like dolls. And you didn't think to share this little tidbit with me, brother? If I were to fall victim to these abominations, I shall consider my death on your head. We've grown too powerful. The chat just starts to expand. Alt 1. My first alt, I have the perfect name. Their main character is just named My Space Main. Mechanical soldiers? As a matter of fact, one of our sentries at Anabaseios Spire reported encountering them while patrolling the Bramble Patch. At first he took them to be scarecrows, but as he approached them, they suddenly sprang to life and set upon him. We suspect that they are some heretofore unknown Imperial weapon, and we are deliberating a response even as we speak. If your path takes you near that area, you would do well to exercise all caution. My main. The fact that we're getting his outfit one piece at a time makes me assume there's 5 quests, because it's been so long that I can't remember. Although, he doesn't have a hat. So maybe just 4 quests then. It's just 3. Okay, I guess the last part just gives 2 pieces then. Chat overlay. Are you actually kidding me right now? Hey Matthias, thank you so much. Your English is fine. Heard about the mechanical soldiers, have you? Indeed, they have been sighted in the East Shroud. While I do not personally know the details, the Wood Whalers are in a state of heightened vigilance throughout the Twelves Wood. Oh boy, I should have done this in a different order. John Steele. John Steele as in steals things, not John Steele as in the metal. In the dark of the night. We have Lady Darkness. So, were you able to learn anything about the mechanical soldiers? A Wood Whaler encountered them at the Bramble Patch, I guess. I see. In that case, if we were to keep watch at the Bramble Patch, we should be able to find them eventually. Well then, what are we waiting for? Wait, just please hurry after Noctis. The Twelfswood can be a veritable maze even for the locals. And it wouldn't do if he were to lose his way. Well, he is a protagonist, so I'm sure he has the, you know, that magical ability to just know where he needs to be, right? Like, he just, like, opens his map and he's like, oh, Eorzea is here now. And it just shows exactly where he needs to go. The Magic School Boss. Aemia, we are working on the Final Fantasy XV questline. Is that a solo duty I spy? It is. That's the area, is it? No luck so far. Guess we play the waiting game. Sorry, that was my stomach. I haven't eaten crystals all day. My lunch keeps disappearing, you see. You hear that? Come on, let's check it out. People keep handing me crystals and then the crystals disappear. It's really annoying. What the? That's a daemon. This is how it looks when I play the piano. That thing's dangerous. We can't leave it running around. Hey, you're up for it too, eh? Come on then, let's do it. We both have a sword. It's blade time. Just wants to play piano. Yeah. That is an interesting attack shape. Stomp. A very interesting telegraphs on this one. Oof. The needle shot. Boink, boink, boink. Don't worry, Noctis, you don't have to run to Narnia for that one. I believe something like that, Orion. He's also a very teleporty boy, as you can see. It looks quite ridiculous how I'm just like, ow. Over here, just carefully doing my attacks, and he's all over the place. He has to show off his teleport. I didn't even see there was a pillar. I did see he mentioned it, but missed the tower and barely filled it. Don't do like I did. Good thing that I'm a tank, eh? Doing all the schmoves, but still doing less damage than you. You know, you have a point. I just turned on my tank stance now. Or maybe he just has like enmity reduction or something. I don't even know. Of course, you take the one closer. Actually, you have a point, Imi. I just saw him do like 150 damage. 160. Oh, that's 2 hits. 150. 150. He did do like 800 with the gap closing attack he used. In fairness, there's been a lot of power creep since this quest was made originally. So maybe the problem is that he just hasn't scaled. Like, see, 800. Do I need to move the boss away to make Noxus do more DPS? Would that help? You know, Ryan, the funniest part about that is he's like, there's 2 this time. I'll take one of them. And the first time he just said, that doesn't look good, and didn't do anything about it. He was just like, that mechanic looks important, and I didn't do anything. First Magitech troopers, now Daemon. What the hell's going on? All that fighting made me hungry. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty hungry too. Right, let's set up camp. Yeah, Noctis is like your average dungeon finder person, like, I thought you'd do it. Don't need your soul crystal again. I've been handed so many crystals just today, and none of them were for eating. It's insane. This is possibly the most elaborate camp the player characters ever made. Oh, nice. Jelly donuts, my favorite. Yes, that good. There it is. Emia says, not true. Did you see the Eden one that had an Aetheryte? I feel like the player character didn't participate that much in that one, but maybe we were. Just off screen. So, what's your story? Why do you go around doing what you do? Just being with my friends. They're in the bushes behind me. What? You just want to hang out with your friends? Huh. You're prompter all over again. He's the life of the party, always ready with a quip to make us smile. We were traveling together, me and him and a couple of others. Hearing your story, I couldn't help but be reminded of them. My purpose? That's a tough one. I guess you could say it's keeping a promise. But I can't do that while I'm here. I have to get back to my own world. You know, Emia, you have a point. Maybe the only thing we did for this camp was we put that single branch on the campfire. Somehow. I'm also wondering where we got all this. Wouldn't this be in his car? Or does he also have protagonist pockets? You know, just carrying everything. Oh, we're back here. In our bag of holding. So, how did you fare? Were you able to find your answers? Nope. We found only more questions. Like, how the hell a daemon ended up here as well? A daemon? It's a kind of monster. From your world, I assume? And it somehow came to be here in Eorzea. I'm no naturalist, but I imagine it being similar to a voidsent. And if even a monster such as that could find its way to our world, then surely you can find your way back too. Yeah, I hope so. I'll keep working with my colleagues to find new leads. So just sit tight for now. Actually, I'd rather go for a walk. Check out the area a little. That's cool, yeah? Well, it should be safe enough if you keep close to the city. Great. See you later. Wait just a... There he goes again. No, I do not think that Noctis would disappear on us, I would feel much better knowing you were with him. Would you go and keep him company? I promise to have new information to share before long, so see that you both return soon, alright? I don't know where the rest of the entourage is. I believe I left Aradel with the lead. I don't know if Aradel went AFK or something. But in the meantime, I will not start another party, because that's just going to be really confusing. Perfect. Numi is here as well. Thank you, Aradel. My solo duty is coming anyway. Yeah, that is true. That is also why I just handed the lead over, because, well, it would be really annoying if I just repeatedly disbanded the group instead, wouldn't it? Oh hey, what's up? Well, you can tell Kibi she doesn't need to worry. I can take care of myself, and I'm not about to run off somewhere. I was just checking out the clothing at this stall here, and as I was browsing, the shopkeeper offered me some stuff for free. Your friend has a fine physique and exceptional fashion sense. Having an attractive young man such as him model our garments is the best form of advertisement. Thanks, lady. Anyway, I want to explore some more. You're cool to hang out for a bit, yeah? Here are my pants, for some reason. Have them. After all that, I still don't have any idea how I'm supposed to get home. For now, it looks like there's nothing I can do except wait for Kippy to dig up clues. So I was thinking, I've come all this way to this beautiful place. I might as well try to see what I can, what I can of it. So I've got something to tell my friends. It may not look like it, but I'm kinda crazy about fishing. I go whenever I have time, and I've got time now. So I'm gonna hit up a place nearby. You should come too. It sounds like he's trying to make a suggestion. Yeah, he just gave his pants to Smol Kai. She's just like, you know your pants are longer than me, right? How am I supposed to wear these? Should we kill him? Clearly, he gave you a spare pair of shorts that are the same style. Obviously. These are my extra pair of underwear, I guess. Those would be your size, right? Don't ask why they look exactly like a shorter version of my pants. What took you so long? I've already reeled in a dozen. I'm not a fisher myself. To be honest with you, I'm worried. I keep thinking, what if I've never found my way back, and it gets me down? But being here in this tranquil forest and casting the line, it calms me, helps me focus. I have to get back. People are counting on me. And I'm counting on you. And I'm counting on this blade! Hey, let's take a photo together. That massive water wheel over there would make for a great backdrop. Sure! Great. You ready? Here we go. Nice! I can practically hear Prompto say, "Love the lighting." Can't wait to show this to the fellas when I get back. I found this tiny person in pink. You're right, we should be getting back ourselves. Come on, let's go. Helps me angst. Yeah, man, I can't wait to hurry home. But first, let's take a picture with this random baked potato I found. Why not? Caetsu, Noctis, thank the gods you're back. Can you hear the music? There's a problem. What's the matter? I've just learned from a colleague that the mechanical soldiers have also appeared in Ixali territory. That in itself wouldn't be a cause for concern, but the beastmen responded with alarm to the trespassers and have summoned forth Garuda. That bird lady. Pretty sure we already took care of her. Back in my world, anyway. What? You mean to say you're a primal slayer like Caetsu? Primal? Is that like an astral or a messenger? Well, whatever it is, we'll take care of it one way or another. So, where's Garuda supposed to have appeared exactly? At the Howling Eye, her domain to the north, but it's nigh impossible to venture near, for Garuda shrouds her sanctuary with violent winds. If you're determined to face her, however, I will contact the Ironworks and request a loan of an airship. Very well then. While you see to your preparations, I will secure your transportation. When you're ready, come and meet me in front of the Carline Canopy. You've proven yourself a friend. You've proven yourself a friend. If we're gonna face Garuda together, I'll lend you the power of kings. It's a special power that I have, but I can share it with others. With it, you can quickly warp around, like you've seen me do. Might take some getting used to, but I'm sure you've got what it takes. You know, Noctis, that would have been extremely handy on that Daemon fight earlier. If it was that easy. Garuda's causing trouble because of the MTs, and I feel responsible for bringing them here. Let's go make things right. Does that mean Noctis has Echo? That is an excellent question, because how would he have that? How on earth would he have that? Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hello. The airship is ready to bear you and Noctis into battle. Are your preparations in order? Apparently not. Without further ado, then. It would have been funny if the fight was against Final Fantasy XIV Garuda and she would have just tempered him. Swag! Run! Run for your lives! Like our goddess, it is... Yet our goddess, it is not. Nay, something else that thing is. Flee this place, we must. We're the Exposition 3. Or 2, I guess. Yeah, that is kind of true, Darth. The only reason why it becomes difficult to, like, make this distinction is because there's more games than there are reflections now. And we've visited some of them. Clamorous creatures, why have they summoned me? And what strange land is this? Ah, the chosen king, Noctis. So that is the way of it. Yours was the presence that drew me hither. Very well, take up your weapon, chosen king, and face me. We shall see if you're worthy of my power. Oh yeah, or else next month it's Final Fantasy XVI's Ifrit's turn. Teleport! Blam! Wow, incredible damage! How much damage does it do in close quarters? 50, okay then. What if I do this? Never mind. Does this count? I don't know. Alright, what if I do this? You seem to teleport, to leave every time I wanna get fancy with it. It's not strong enough for it to be good. But I could do this. It's okay, it's not great damage. I did take damage, yeah, but I don't know if I had not hidden, would it have done more damage? I get it now. I thought it was, you know, infinite range. Hey Gustavo, hope you're doing well. I don't know if you're too late. It's just we finished the thing we were going to do and moved on to the next thing we were going to do. Wow! Link Strike. Did we do bonus damage because I clicked the bonus button? Link Strike. Was Noctis doing that? Well, we're doing the Final Fantasy XV collaboration event. It starts in Uldar, if you want to do it yourself. I'm a little confused. That felt incredibly weird. Hey, Jep Gun. Hope you're doing well. The weird part is you didn't have to spam it, you just had to, you know, use it at the right time because you kept pulling in. But it really gave the wrong impression because Noctis was spamming it. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, that does basically no damage. There's no reason for me to run away from that. Just realized now. I don't know what it means when I get a Link Strike. Does that do more damage? Is that good? Ah! Noctis? Buddy? Are you sure about that? I'm glad to hear that, Stepan. Thank you so much. Yeah. What? He used gravity, huh? Even used the, he's using a lot of job animations here. He used the astrologian, like, gravity animation. Time for Noctis to use every weapon. Tanks in every single solo duty. Wait, I'm taking no damage. Meanwhile, Shadow Ballet. Wait a minute, why am I not working? He did damage with repelling shot even. You pack a serious punch, Caetsu. I'm impressed. The crystal has chosen well indeed. I acknowledge your strength, Noctis. Yours and your companions both. Man, what is it with gods and trials? Do you always have to be so skeptical? So it is decreed. At the world's peril do we grant our power unto the untested. Apologies for the delay. She's unlike anything I've seen before, so it took me a while to get acquainted, but the regalia is as good as new. Seriously, I owe you big time. Noctis, there's much you have left undone on Eos. Your presence here is an anchor, allowing me to link the two worlds. For you, I shall open the way. Tarry not, for the gate cannot remain for long. Got it, thanks. Divinities. 1 minute they're trying to kill you, the next they're helping you. I'll never understand them. Thanks for the company, Caetsu. It was nice going around with you. I had fun. Let's do it again sometime. Can I have that warp strike thing still? No? Oh. Yeah, definitely. We gotta hang out again. Well, I better get moving. I got a promise to keep after all. Take care now. Just drives right into you because you're in the way. He's like, oh yeah. Gotta say, personally, I think I would be holding like more tightly on the steering wheel going into that. Meanwhile, he's just like, it's fine. A god made this portal. Let's do it again sometime. 2 years later, event coming back again. Yeah, and then you just don't do it because you already did it or something. I don't know, Gustavo, whether any of the Final Fantasy protagonists could solo by law all of the Final Fantasy XIV content. Maybe Jack from Origins could? Maybe. Before Noctis went into the portal, I could have sworn I saw a woman amidst the light, an ethereal beauty dressed all in white. I saw her too. It seemed to me she was waiting for Noctis, guiding him. I can only assume they share a deep bond. Oh, then perhaps that was his fiancée. Perhaps so, and perhaps not. The sole person who could have enlightened us has vanished into the light. Womp womp. Well, whoever and wherever Noctis' fiancé may be, I do hope they are reunited. Right. While events are still fresh in my mind, I shall return to my office and put pen to parchment. Master Sid, many thanks for your cooperation. But the most thanks of all I reserve for you, my dear adventurer. In no small part due to your help, Noctis managed to find his way home, and my article can reach a climactic conclusion. See that you do not miss it. And then we missed it. A strangely charismatic young man was Noctis. In the end, we never learned the circumstances of his coming here. But if he has things he must do back home, as that Garuda-like being said, perhaps this was a trial that he had to overcome along his journey. At any rate, old friend, I believe our work here is done. Wherever the long road may lead him, may Noctis ever ride in the light of the crystal. Emir says, can I say who Jack is? I mean, isn't the big baddie of Final Fantasy 1 named... Isn't that like, one of them is like Jack Garland? Just Garland. Okay. Now that I've fixed that regalia, time to make my own knockoff copy that can also fly. Sid looking at the car like, I feel like there's one thing this car's missing. Like, it's an amazing vehicle. There's just one small, like, one thing I would add. The ability to fly. I think that's what's missing here. Yeah. And maybe Noctis could as well, actually. I don't know with lightning, but maybe. The main reason why I'm saying maybe Jack is because, I mean, Jack in Stranger of Paradise hypothetically can solo Bahamut, or Bahamut, right? Just as an example. I say hypothetically because technically, as the story goes, he does bring his party. It's just that you could solo the fight itself, and by the point you meet Bahamut in that story, the NPCs are, you know, like the extra characters are very much just extra characters. They're there to like body block for a little bit. Just meat shield while you set up or something. Where's the Ironworks guy? Guessing maybe amphitheater? It's usually there. Jack can solo Chaos. He would absolutely solo Chaos. You just have to give him the chance. Where's the... Oh, there. That's a really random place to put them. Gazelle says the regalia brought back to Noctis should also be able to fly, since in the MSQ you reach Garuda by airship. That is actually a good point. How did Sid get there if he didn't implement flight into Noctis's vehicle? Let's grab this one and this one. There we go. We did it. I think we have enough for like 100,000, but we would still be short, I think. We might be able to get the regalia. Let me see how far away I am from it. Right? Wait a minute, this is an outdated one, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I don't think we have the correct one, do we? Actually, I have no idea. Which one is it? This is the one we have now, right? You see... We could buy a thing here, but unfortunately they removed the MGP thing. Let's grab this one. And this one. Yeah, indeed, I have 50, but that's not quite enough, is it? Bruh. Really? We would still be short. If we did this, then we could buy 100,000 MGP. How many is it you get for the fashion stuff? Is that 80? $60. Well, I think we could make it. The alternative is doing leveling Archer. 69k with 15%. Well, the thing is, I'm basically a guest in this FC, so I think it would be rude of me to just like yoink and use them. Oh wait, do I already have one? No, I do. We can see if we can get 200k. Oh yeah, there's also Lord of Armenian to get a bunch. Yeah, if we can start by getting a nice boost there. See, send your mark to the... Oh, you sent your mark to the east. Yeah. Yeah, we can do this. And then also the fashion report. Then we would already be, like, we would already be way closer, because then we're only like 21,000 off. That's a lot more manageable. Bloop. What is the fashion report for this week? Yeah, we're not getting the 100 then. We can get the easy one though. Smol Kai has not beaten Rathalos, I don't believe. So it isn't so simple. And now you might start to see why Smol Kai doesn't do grinds, because there's a lot of things where it's like, oh, no, you don't understand, Darth. If I'm to do Rathalos, then I have to do the quest. And if I have to do the quest, the way Smol Kai does quests is we read the dialogue. All of it. So just getting to Rathalos is going to take like 30 minutes. Just getting to Rathalos. But it was no problem on my main, of course. Traverse, the Tantalus gloves are handed to you as a, I believe, just a subscription reward. Like they just land in your mail once you've you've had a subscription rolling for a certain amount of time. Hey Adonis, thank you so much. And I mean, it's always nice to get nice words and feedback, right? So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the game. That is a little bit annoying. This price, I guess I'll just pay like 15 extra per. Ah! But I just bought some, Ymir. But thank you. It's okay, Ymir. I'll hold on to them. So... Oh, we can just take the airship. That's free. That is quite weird. Versus got confused on the fashion report too, since the 100 points had Tantalus cuffs and the 80 points said Tantalus gloves dyed suit black. Does that mean that it's not suit black for the 100 points? I mean, Darth, there's a difference between doing an actual, like, if we do Rathalos, we're doing an actual, like, quest store with Lord of Dominion. I mean, it's a little different, but let's see what we get up to. There's a bunch of things we can do, so it doesn't have to be Lord of Dominion, right? Where Oh wait, we can get some easy points here already. Welcome, Fat Traveler. Care to test your luck with a mini cactpot ticket? Yes. Splendid, miss. Now allow me to explain. Mini cactpot is a game of chance available to you thrice every day. Playing is simplicity itself. Just guess the value of the covered numbers to win it big. If Namea's grace is with you, you'll be rewarded with Mandeville gold saucer points galore. So, miss, do you feel lucky? Yes, you can now purchase. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Oh, and just wait. Did he just give me? Oh, he just gave me 100 points. Well, dream small. That's kinda mean. Oh, you almost had it. Well. There you go. And my overlay froze again. Oh wait, passion for fashion? That sounds promising. I dressed precisely as I was told. To receive such a dreadful score, not to mention the humiliating criticism. Yes? You wish to know what's bothering me? That is well, for I wish to unburden myself. I've been having a frustrating time with the fashion report, the challenge they recently introduced. Yes, I, who can play any game here blindfolded and spun around, struggle with it. To be fair to myself, though, it has a subjective element. If you have a mind for fashion, perhaps you would like to try your hand at the challenge. Go to Wonder Square and seek out Masked Rose. But be warned, the barbs on that man's tongue have barbs on their tongues. Excuse me, what? Are you saying that there's barbs on his tongue that have tongues, and there's barbs on those? Huh? Let's see. Not entirely sure why they just let me get away with just being whatever on the rest of my outfit. Really weird. Oh, a new challenger has come to put her stylistic sensibilities to the test. Welcome to the fashion report, good ma'am. What? Is everything quite all right? Yes, everything is, Rosie. Redolently so. Excellent. Full glad am I to hear it. Now then, I believe this is your first time participating in the fashion report. Allow me to explain the concept and the rules. Fashion is a form of self-expression. What we wear without is a reflection of who we are within, but it is a conscious effort. Be it a conscious effort or no, this choice brings our individuality to the fore. Some folk are drawn to vibrant colors, others may favor a loose fit for comfort, and while it is well and good to dress to one's preferences, a man cannot prefer that which he does not know. The world of fashion is vast and, at times, daunting, but if we have the courage to take a step into the unknown, we may discover wonderful new ways of self-expression we had never considered. And it is for no other reason than to encourage folk to take that first step that I created this challenge. The fashion report. The rules are simple. I shall assign you a theme, based upon which you are to attire yourself to the best of your sensibilities. I shall then judge you and award you a score. Participating is free, and there's a host of fabulous prizes to be won, courtesy of Mandeville and Mandeville. If you wish to know the finer points of the game, my lovely assistant Kazumi shall attend you. Kazumi! I look forward to giving you my unadulterated, brutally honest evaluation of your fashion sense. Steel yourself and let me know when you're ready to undertake the challenge. Aww. Fashion report is now available. Greetings, Monsieur of Fine Fashion. Are you come to present yourself for judging, or do you wish to know the current theme? Current theme is 20-Year Hunter. Oh. Let's try it. Without further ado, let the judging begin. Take your place, my friend, and strike a pose. Fashion is everywhere, even upon the field of battle. For form needn't come at the cost of function, from the Knights of Ishgard in their shining plate to the Samurai of Doma in their flowing garb. Martial fashion is truly diverse. I have made my decision. Brace yourself. I know, right, Derpy? Maybe it was intentional. You've done well. All the parts come together as a harmonious whole. If I were to offer a piece of advice, however, you might consider adding an accent. A little something to punctuate the look and draw the eye. So just change everything and make it just Rathalos gear. Here, this is your prize for participating, along with a little something extra for putting a smile on my face. So are you satisfied with your showing? If you feel that you can do better, I encourage you to try again. Right then, we're like 10k short. What would be a good way to get that? Let's see. This is going to take a long time, actually. Triple Triad would be fast, but I don't have a deck. There's also challenges that are just not present because I don't have them yet. Weekly Mayong. I would have to go unlock Mayong then. Let's see. Mayong unlocked over here, I guess. Well, the alternative is see if we can... What about the gates that appear, that spawn every 20 minutes? We can do them when they appear, yeah. But the challenge log itself was like, do 3 of them, and that takes an hour. How dare they claim it wasn't a proper Yaku? Don't they know a winning hand when they see one? Yes, what do you want? I'm afraid you found me in a rather foul mood. I've had a run of poor luck with that new game, Mayong. I hear it's all the rage in Doma, although it seems the Gold Source's clientele struggle to wrap their feeble minds around its intricacies. With the endless supply of shameless cheats and bumbling novices, I've yet to find a decent opponent. Perhaps you would provide me with more of a challenge. Yes, some fresh meat could be just what I need. Run along to the mandible tables and get yourself acquainted with the basics, would you? Indeed, Ham, the next gate is in 10 minutes. Depending on what it is, it might be a really, really easy amount of, like a really quick amount of MGP. Listen, I'll have the money ready by next week, I swear. Oh, you're not a debt collector? What a pleasant surprise. In that case, you must be here to learn how to play Doman Mayong. I'm the resident tutor at your service. Are you by any chance familiar with the game? That's not the one where the loser drinks marble bile, is it? Kami for Fend. Is that what passes for entertainment in Eorzea? Perhaps all those rumors about pirates and their drunken antics are true. Anyway, Mahjong is a far gentler affair. 4 players sit around a table collecting tiles and scoring points. Thankfully, you'll find there is no shortage of opponents against whom to pit your wits. If you prefer, you can even practice against automata. They gloat less than their flesh and blood counterparts do. Should you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me. And may I say, I will be very interested to see how quickly you rise through the ranks here at the Gold Saucer. How quickly can you forfeit a match? And can you forfeit against NPCs and it counts? Because I'd rather not ruin an actual match for this. See. Participate in 2 Doman Mayong player matches. Does that count? I'm very confused. I am guessing that doesn't count. Nope. Can you queue into a match as a pre-made group? Says... It looks like kinda yes, but we need exactly 4 players. Let's see. Well, if we could do that twice and then just get a decent gate, then we could do that. Let's see what happens if we do this. So I don't know what the difference is here. I think a quick match should be enough, or what? Does it matter? Let's see, participate. It doesn't say that it matters. We do this, I guess. Oh, just to be clear, we're not actually going to play the match. This takes like 30 minutes. But I have never done this before to actually get the challenge log. I've only gone into it once. So how long is a quick match? Time remaining until new hand, 79 minutes. Help? Alright, people who know how to leave a weekly Mahjong match to get their challenge log rolling. Check challenge log. How do I open my challenge log? I'm hitting escape. Turn off computer. Oh, there it is. Withdraw from this match. Okay, I'll try and do this. That does not count. So, yeah, I've heard about people doing this. Like, just going in and then exiting. Requires a normal match. Yeah, probably. But yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to like go in and ruin some actual Mahjong matches just because I need some quick MGP. That's exactly the reason why I never done this, because I... Is this a desperate attempt to get MGP? We just need like 10k, so we're just looking for a quick way to collect it, yes. I have a pretty good idea of how to get 10k. We'll do the next gate. We'll do the next gate when it comes, and then we'll maybe do something like this. I do believe there's some strategies to do that quickly. Cat, we already bought 100k with mock tomes. Green says, how did you actually leave? Move your mouse over to where it shows your duty. Click that and just click leave. That's okay, Cat. Well, this looks promising because the gates that happen here are like Air Force 1, jumping puzzles, and they give like 3 or 4k. The minion tutorials would be another option. Then we would have to go and unlock the minion. And we can do all that again. I think it's like, I'm just going to do... I will just go and play minigames. I'll just play some minigames. I'll just do this gate and then I'll go do some minigames. And then we get 2.5k like that real quick, and then I'll just farm. I have a pretty good idea of how to do this. The difference is that getting 100k through minigames is absurd. Getting 10k or even like 6k through minigames is a lot more manageable. Hey Zynite, hope you're doing well. And hey No. Could someone in the FC turn on? I could. It didn't say I couldn't, but I've basically nearly know, like I'm basically like just an occasional person in the FC, so I feel like it would be extremely rude to just do it because I need it, so I'm not going to do that. But someone could do that. But I don't need those 10%. I'll be fine. I don't think it is tradable, Ham. But I appreciate the sentiment. Alright. Feel like that one detonated a little early. And exploded a little big, but fair enough. Nope, not that one. Not that one. These ones are really effective. I can't remember which one is particularly more effective, but they're very effective. Oh, I have those. Excellent. Dun 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 dun. You sense nothing. Maybe more up? Even more up. Uh-oh. Maybe down? Nice! Yes. Up, maybe? Uh-oh. Of course it memes me right at the end. And then we get no MGP for it all. I mean, I feel like I made the suspense perfect there. Did you see that? I was down to 0 seconds. How many are we at now? 6k, less than 6k left. That's a little fast. It's that easy. Wow. Down, probably. Okay, maybe in the middle. Maybe really far down? Yes, apparently. Yes. Down, probably. More down. Even more down, but it's fine. What? Do those added together? I guess they get added together. Down? Maybe up a bit? There it is. Oh, it doubled down. Just gives me that instead. That's not a very big turnaround. That's not really worth it. Not when I have that much on a risk. That much to risk. It's not very good. Rah. This is not a good run. But maybe it is. Maybe we can turn it around and make it a good run. Bit up, I think. Oh, let's just hit exactly the same spot again. Why not? Yep, it was a bit up. Not that much up. I think we'll just take our winnings there. Even though the double down there is like a giant leap. It's just not worth it. Less than 4,000 left. Further down? It's always funny when you're like, miss, 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 BAM! I think we just need to hit it again, so just do this. Just focus on consistency here. Up. Probably up. More up, I think. Nice. I'm realized that there's actually no point in hitting it exactly in the middle, because then it tells me nothing. It's better to like go kind of down or kind of up, because then I can be like, well, if I get a 0, then I know that it's not that side. Like, at the very least. Also, we should cash out now. How much? Less than 3,000 left. Shouldn't you switch to Gunbreaker for this? I don't have Gunbreaker on this character. This is a bad start. It's a really bad start. Because double down, aha. Other side. Perfect. We might be able to recover this. That was maybe a little bit of a stretch. Didn't tell me very much, did it? Thinking about close to the middle. There it is. I think we'll cash out. I don't believe in 15 seconds there. I think the Immortal is the most the one where I can be the most consistent. You're pretty good. I just want to highlight that this was kind of the reason why I initially said no to getting the Regalia, because I imagined this would end up being part of how it was done. Simply because Smol Caetsu is lacking a lot of options for grinding MGP. Double down at birthday parties. Yeah, exactly. Now that's a callback. I think we'll cash out here. If we keep falling short of the big one, then we might as well just go for Titan. One second. There you go. More up, I think. I'm glad to hear that, Silvermint. That's at least a good thing, because if it was really boring, then that was really bad. Then it was really boring, then it would be like doubly bad. Double down on badness, you could say. Speaking of doubling down, have I gotten this entire go? I've just gotten... Okay, now I got a great. Further down. I think we cash out the 700. Oh no. The actually annoying part about getting the Cactuar one is that it goes so slow that it wastes a huge amount of time just to reach the thing you want to hit. I managed to check all other options. There might actually be some genius to just checking exactly where you started. Because then you already have some information before you've gotten very far. I keep messing up and doing it in the middle. I think this is where we cash out. Yeah, it's not worth it for just an extra 100. Titan then. Other side. Okay, maybe a bit too much to the other side. Here. Okay, this is bad. Maybe here. That can work. Overshoot it. Yeah, on the right end. Maybe here. More. I think we might have overshot it. I'm not sure, but it's fine. I think we have enough time to push a little further. Nice. I think we might be able to get the big jump here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Middle. Overshoot it. I don't have time for that. And we lose our gains now. That's the first failure. Down. There you go. Next one. Nope. Further up. Even more up, I think. Even more up, I think. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. More. Wrong side. Down. More up, I think. Yeah. A little more up. I keep missing the spot I want. There it is. That was actually where I wanted in the first place. I don't think we have enough time for the big jump. It says, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the gold saucer music. Oh, well, we can do this. Choo. Gets a little repetitive, I get that. No? Well, I can turn it back on after this. That's worse. Middle. Good enough. You go back with the music then. I think it's better to just stick to it if we get the grade here. And then I messed it up. And a little more down maybe? Sure. Doesn't matter now. And then I get the excellent at the end. One more time. Nope. Middle. No? Okay then. 800 left. Here's a fun fact. I made a video quite a while back where I basically went over most things in the Gold Saucer, if not straight up everything in the Gold Saucer. And this and the minor minigame was the ones I recommended as like very good, simple, raw MGP grinding minigames. If you can push it to like get every single double down that they offer you, it goes completely insane with the payout. Like several thousand, I believe. The problem is that the probability of getting that is really low, even when we consider that you could just, you know, get good. So it's, in my opinion, better to just stick to consistent strategy, which is kind of what I'm going for, right? I can't make that one. Would be nice if we could this time, though. Other side, maybe? Guessing it's other side. Yep. Maybe a bit more up. Maybe all the way up? Maybe not. At least I can't hit it. It's going a little too fast. Down? Middle, then? That was too fast. Middle. Let's try all the way down. All the way up? What? Okay, here then. This is really, really small area that it accepts. That's a terrible go there. Up. More up? Nope. Bruh. It's always annoying when I completely mess it up as a result of trying to hurry a little bit. Down, I think. More down, probably. More down. What? Was it like all the way down? Not all the way down here. Ding! I'm not going to risk that. More down? I think more down. Maybe here? Yep. Next gate is up in like 60 seconds. And I'm pretty sure we're going to reach our goal now. And actually slightly overshoot it. Oh, it's closer to there. Just stick to it. Is leap bad? There we go. Let's do Leap of Faith then. Is there a gatekeeper here? Where's there a gatekeeper? Do you not like Leap of Faith? I like Leap of Faith. I believe it's over here, right? I think so. Nope, it's not. But I'm pretty sure there's a gatekeeper here, so let's just do that. You not like the Sylph one? That's the newest one and everything. Someone doesn't meet the requirements. Imi, I think you're in the wrong zone. Now it works. Let's go. Looks like it was one of the other ones. I normally do these as ninja because they run slightly faster. This is a little hard to see. Just a little bit. Mm-hmm. Gonna be honest, I'm not even sure why we're going this way. I just see other people going this way. Ah! Okay, apparently there was a wall there. Bruh, there's a wall there as well. Reminds me of Black Friday at the mall. Ah, a wave of humans. Oh, that's where the gold one is, huh? Bronze there, 3 silvers there. Oh, Darth, I think the reason why you're having trouble with it is because it's actually not binary in Final Fantasy XIV. Not completely binary. You can actually control how far you jump by how quick, like how much of a run-up you do. Like, you can jump this far, and just this, like you can just slightly short. You can even jump a little short. You can even jump like this far, or like you could even set it to walk for a separate. Like you have a lot of control. It's just usually you only need like full run, or like those like mini run-up jumps. But yeah, it's not fully binary. It's just that little detail. Right. So we did it. Leave the vendor was down here. I like the jumping puzzles. It's just that I don't like the ones that are like intended to be extremely long. Like how there's like some jumping puzzles that are like there's no reward for doing it, like or nearly no reward. Then I don't really like that. That is a weird icon. How many are you missing in here? Because that also makes a difference. You could farm Morg Tomes. With that said, I guess we'll level Archer a little bit. You're about 54k short. If you have Morg Tomes, you could just buy 50k and do one more gate, and you should be there. I will go over here though. Part of the reason why I'm like running around, specifically just talk here, where I'm like making some noise even when I'm just playing a minigame, is actually because I've had problems with this once, but so I don't know how bad it is, but you may remember that I've talked about Torn from the Heavens. Gold Saucer is the only other song that has also led to some like automatic claim. But hopefully I gummed it up enough by actually talking over it that I don't have to deal with that. And that is also why I want to leave the Gold Saucer now that I'm done. But I have a feeling that I'll have to fix that later. Yeah, if you have mock tomes, you could just, like, buy the MGP Platinum card. Or just do a gate every 20 minutes. I mean, that would be my recommendation, Emir, if you want the regalia. Just hang out in the Gold Saucer, do stuff. Every 20 minutes to the gate. You get tomestones and MGP, and whenever you get 50, you can go over here and get here, right? I would have thought most people would have already gone and gotten it by now. That's why it's a little bit surprising. You could also do the Wondrous Tales. Yeah, if you're lucky, you could get some lines. I just want to multi-seed them out that don't need a down payment. I mean, that's why I'm saying farm some mock tomes and some MGP. Like, genuinely, Emir, if you just park your character at the Gold Saucer, right? You just park your character there. Just go there. Every 20 minutes, a gate appears. You participate. It doesn't matter what it is. You just try your best. You get some MGP. You get some mock tomes. Every time you hit 50, you just hand those over to the Moogle and you get 50,000. You're spending your mock tomes on maps for Gil. Well, there's also a way you can do it. But yeah, just like you have to do something in the Gold Saucer then. Right then. We have a little bit of time. I think we can take another Archer quest. Also, congratulations on the house, Emir. It's very nice. Yeah, it's just a matter of doing it. If you're less like if you're like 50k short, then just hang out in the Gold Saucer. Eventually, you'll either have the MGP or you will have enough mock tomes that you can just buy the remaining 50k. Like, either option works. And you just hang there. You could either do mini games or participate in other stuff in the Gold Saucer. Like, if you've unlocked everything in the Gold Saucer, you could just like do things like just win 10 triple triad matches. Boom, you get like 10k there. Go into Lord of the Minion, do that for a little bit. Boom, 10k there. So you can collect it. But every time there's a gate, there's around 3 or 4k MGP up for grabs, plus some mock tomes. You can see we got 7 from those two. And every time you hit, well, every time you hit 30 mock tomes, you can buy 50k, right? Did you just finish now, huh? The Gold Saucer boss. I understand, Emir. That's also why I'm saying you can do all the things. Like, if you really don't like that, if you haven't done your Mockpendium things, like these 2 tasks this week, like these particular 2 tasks, that's 30. Boom, 50k there. Oh, we get Repelling Shot. Welcome back, Caetsu. I trust you have been keeping your nose to the grindstone. As I mentioned when last we spoke, you will train under iLvl's tutelage today. Put aside your misgivings and avail yourself of his wealth of experience. Go now, present yourself before him. I see it was too much to hope you would not return. The others believe that you have potential, but I am not so easily convinced. Like so many adventures, you have not the faintest inkling of what it means to be an archer. And how could you? Archery is the proud tradition of the Wildwood Ellison. The essence of this art, to read one's enemy, has been instilled in us over centuries. In that time, we have defended this great nation against every imaginable foe, granting us insight which you will never possess. Can you recognize the subtle signs that betray a coming action? No. Can you accurately predict an opponent's movement? No. Can you glean your foe's intentions at a glance? No. And can such things be learned by one who knows nothing about traditions? No. It is only out of respect for Luciani that I have agreed to teach you. Go to the East Shroud and seek out the targets hidden there, but do not presume this will be as easy as before. As I told you, the ability to read one's enemies is fundamental to archery, yet the trials set by my colleagues did not require you to do this. Mine will. The targets you seek have been hidden, and I do mean hidden, in the midst of a region rife with savage beasts. They will play the part of your enemies. In the unlikely event that you spy a target, your limited range will necessitate that you slip past its bestial guardians prior to taking aim, a feat I consider beyond you. Was that a frown? Mayhap you're thinking that the Mikoto set you a similar task? You're wrong. She asked merely that you consider where your foes are. I demand that you discern precisely where they will be. How, then, will you go about this? Observe them closely and discern their characteristics. Learn to read their movements and recognize patterns in their behavior. If it has eyes, let it not see you. If it has ears, let it not hear you. Be neither where it is nor where it means to be, and thereby pass unnoticed. But enough talk. Whether or not you heed my counsel is your decision. I will shed no tears should you fail. Whenever you, yeah, exactly. What if you say yes? It's like, can you predict where an enemy will be? Yes. Yes. Also, Aradil did mention this earlier, but the minigame I was playing was basically the, I believe, the botanist gathering system from 1.0. This is archery, not ninjutsu. Traverse says, what do you recommend dumping mock tomes on? Maps or MGP? I've gotten everything else from the event. If there's anything you want for MGP, you could do that. If not, you could just stockpile maps. Like, mock tomes is a nice, like, supplement to your grind on mock tomes. I find it quite funny that he's like, you have to be careful and avoid the enemies. One of the targets are literally next to non-hostile enemies. Like, are you kidding me? I wonder if they used to be hostile. Still saving up for the 4 million mount. Does that count? If you're 3.3 million off, then yeah, there's a long way to go. In that case, it wouldn't be a bad idea to invest your mock tomes in that, since that does give you like a pretty nice boost. That's also why I'm saying that if you need more MGP for the regalia, just, you know, do gates. The gates both give mock tomes and also simultaneously MGP, so you like double down on it, but you only double down on it if you're spending your mock tomes on MGP. I don't know how valuable those maps will be, which is part of the reason why I'm saying if you don't need anything else. And that's the main reason. It's simply because I don't know how valuable those maps are. But if you want a lot of maps, it is like if you like to do map runs, then having a stackable type of map is pretty neat, right? So you can just have like a whole bunch of maps, like stacks of it. So you have returned. A passable performance for an adventurer, but the bare minimum for any archer. I carry with me generations of wildwood tradition, a tradition built upon the bones of the many outsiders who tried to take what is ours. It was my ancestors who first learned to conceal their presence and fight from the shadows, to hold the enemy at distance to protect the weak. All of it. Everything was. This is a waste of time. You cannot understand. But if you're so intent upon following in the footsteps of my people, I beg you to go to the North Shroud. Ixadi's scouts have been sighted near the river west of Etap's Spire, and unless you're entirely ignorant of Gridanian history, I need not explain that this act of aggression is part of a centuries-old conflict. The minions do not matter. It is their leader, Smol Caetsu, the Violator, who must fall. That is a weird title. He commands the scouts and will be well guarded, yet he stands upon hostile ground, with birdmen and not walls for protection. And not walls? With birdmen and not walls for protection. If you're diligent and determined, you can slip through their defenses and slay their leader. This is the art of the Gridanian archer. Embrace the wisdom I have bestowed upon you, and the fight will be short. If you see the deed done, adventurer, I will take it as proof of your commitment to us, and labor no more to drive you from the guild. Now go. That was a really sudden change in tone. It was like right there at the end, he was like, but if you do this, we're friends. Oh yeah, that's true. Those maps have a guaranteed portal, right? Oh, whoops. If you do this, we are frenemies, no longer enemies. But yeah, he is, as Grandison put it, a tool. Oh, it's a solo duty. Dun dun. Oh, this way then. Actually, maybe I don't have to kill all of them. Maybe I can just do the sneaky mode here. Pull everything. The murdery kind of stealth. Yeah, you see, I use heavy stealth. What that means is, if there's no witnesses. What? Mirao don't? Are you kidding me? Dun 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 dun. Should use your AoE attack you don't have. Wah, wah. I'm like one level away too. Ah, an interruptible spell. Man, if only I could interrupt. Use your interrupt you don't have. I think the big brain move here is to just ignore the ads. Look, they just disappear if you ignore them. Just act like they're not there. Why aren't you healing them, man? With what healing? Heal him with your arrows. Thank you. Even now I struggle to credit the sentry's reports. Yet here you are, and Smol Caetsu and the Violators no more. That a goddamned adventurer should be so. Only by the grace of Nemea herself could you have survived, but even though it was pure luck, I will keep my word. Caetsu, should you stay or should you go, I care not. You've completed the task and are no longer my responsibility. Go now to Luciane. She will doubtless wish to lavish you with praise. Oh, you'll get no from me. Off with you. I'm given to understand that you single-handedly drove off an Ixali scout party, and that you did so with precision and guile. How exactly was that training, Luciane? Caetsu's just an adventurer. How exactly was that training, Luciane? Caetsu's just an adventurer. Sylvain thrust her into the jaws of the enemy in the hope that she wouldn't come back. And when, against all expectations, she did come back, that Stoppadar still refused to acknowledge her skill. Is that truly your impression? Well, yes. He said it was pure luck. Mere noise. Sylvain sees Caetsu's skill. Of that I have no doubt. Did you not mark the way he covered his mouth when he uttered the words? It was a habit of his to do so on those occasions when his tongue and his heart are in disagreement. For all his skill at reading the idiosyncrasies of others, he has yet to recognize his own. Impressive work, Caetsu. You have applied yourself to Lei and Sylvain's lessons and demonstrated your command of the core concepts. You are now an archer in your own right. Allow me to teach you something to commemorate this accomplishment. Repelling shot is an advanced technique that enables an archer to evade attacks whilst continuing to fire upon her opponent. Used wisely, it can grant you a brief respite in the heat of battle. I have faith that, with regular practice, you will learn how best to employ it to your advantage. Remember your seniors' lessons as you strive for true mastery. Oh boy, I think I'll just take them. Maybe I'll take the hat, actually. I think I'll take the hat, because we could do the smith. The smith! Or maybe we actually, did we keep that gear? His ability totally sucks, doesn't it? It's, not amazing. Remember the days repelling shot. Did it actually do that? Because I do recall seeing something similar. Yeah, in Stormblood they removed the potency. That's I'm just thinking, wasn't it a weapon skill when it did damage? I'm pretty sure it was a weapon skill back when it did damage. Which is why it was so bad, because it did less damage than heavy shot. So you didn't really have any good reason to use it. Oh, now I remember what happened. I think I managed to throw away the pants. And then I was like, wait, I shouldn't do that. And then I kept the rest of the set. Let me just do the specific smith task to get the pants. When Noctis does it, it does. That was really weird, by the way. Why did he specifically do that? Smol Caetsu. No, Smol Caetsu is wearing pants, but she managed to throw away the pants of her brand new set. The original one. I don't think it comes from the Calamity Salvager, specifically because you can just get a new one. Let me see. Speak quickly. No, I don't. Do you remember the lesson where I had you evading enemy attacks? This exercise will put that training to the test. You must needs plan your strikes around some fancy footwork. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything is clear, I trust? Say the word when you're ready to begin. It's really weird because exactly, Ymir, you'd think it was the Calamity Salvager, but I specifically recall having to do this to pick up items on my main if I needed them. And because you can collect them as many times as you want. There's no reason to have the NPC sell it to you. Dun 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 dun. I don't know if I'm learning the lesson that I should be learning here. Here we go, new pants. We probably should keep the hat here for a bit. Specifically because we still have the friendship circlet still gives an XP bonus, but we can do this. And this. Oh. That's not great. There it is. Yeah. There's that. We did a little bit more archer stuff. I mean, it says leveling roulette. I think we're about to round up now. Although, I mean, I guess we could do leveling roulette rather fast. If there's 3 people that want to do what appears to be Tamtara, Sastasha, Copperbill Mines roulette. Where is everyone, by the way? Maybe we should go over to where we usually hang for this. I think I have the group here then. Graham, Uno and Uno's also here. Is it okay I go with these 3? Phew. I'm guessing I'll learn my AoE attack as we go. So I'll make space for it. We still have lots of food left. This dungeon seems weirdly barren. How can that be? I guess I'll just run forward. That seems dangerous. Smol Kai on a little on a casual stroll through Sastasha. Look, it's the jerk anglerfish. The star of the show. The legendary one, the OG. Womp womp. Ow! Why me? Ow! That one, yeah, that anglerfish, if you let it exist for too long, it will apply a damage buff to all enemies near it. Like, it literally has a raid buff. You just rarely see it because you usually kill it too fast. But that is actually the one thing... Whoops, I should have done that in a different order. That is the one thing that could feasibly make the Gigapole in this dungeon scary. Hey, Chelsea! We're just doing a quick leveling roulette to gain some archer levels. But yeah, that after that, we're probably wrapping up. Oh yeah, I kind of had a feeling that was what you were thinking about, Darth. The OG doesn't just do a debuff. It makes everything around it do more damage. It's quite scary. Yeah, it does not apply the physical vulnerability, that particular jerk. This one instead is scarier because you can't just fix it with a quick and easy Isuna. There's no solution. Once the enemies have received the buff, there's nothing you can do. You have to kill everything. The only compensation is, well, most of the mobs die quite easily, right? Those are the same. Isn't that weird? Could have saved me like a few minutes of work if I'd just gotten those. How's that healer rotation? Doses. It's extra bad when you're a sage because you don't even have Eucrasia. So it's actually just doses. The Sage. Oh yeah, Sage gets Flemmer really early. I believe that if you do like Hawk Mana or something, you have Flemmer and doses, but no Eucrasia. No wait, Hawk Mana you would be 30, I think. 1000 Malls of Totorak you would have Flemmer, but no dots. Mash! Mash that quick knock! Oh yeah. Archer and Bard are also one of the quite vocal jobs. Yeah! This is really fast, by the way. When I said a quick, low-level leveling roulette, I was thinking like 10 minutes. I'm standing closer so my arrows reach him faster. That's not how the game works, Kai. Shut up! I know what I'm doing. Phew, we don't even get a limit break. Oh, level 22. We started level 17. Apparently we have used this equipment for a long time, so they were already basically spirit bonded. How fast was that? 7 minutes? I think. Would have been faster with... I don't know if it would have been faster with... maybe it would have been a bit faster because the Scholar could just dot everything. And Eos would be able to heal as well, I guess. A little faster. I mean, we didn't need to go faster. I think the best DPS for Sastasha is Machinist, because Spread Shot does more damage than Quick Knock. Even with Raging Strikes. I'm pretty sure Spread Shot is like 140. Oh, we have Peloton now. Right. So that also means that next time we will start with the Myths of the Realm. Yeah, exactly, Chelsea. It was fast enough. It was like 6 minutes and like almost 7 minutes. That's extremely fast. For 5 levels? Hopefully that will be one stream. We'll see. I believe those are also really long. It could have been faster. Where is it it starts? Isn't it in... Is it in Modona? It starts in Old Charlian with Fresh-Faced Student. That was the quest that I looked at weirdly at the start of the stream, wasn't it? That says Spread Shot is 140 plus heat gauge. Yeah, that's true, but in Sastasha there is no heat gauge. But yeah, 140. Meanwhile, Quick Knock is 110. You get 15% extra. You're still not even up at 140. That's the same thing that causes Dancer to fall short. Is that it is it's close. But even the 5% from Standard Finish, and even the damage of Standard Finish, I'm pretty sure Spread Shot is still better despite that. Traverses, I spent longer in queue for Myths of the Realm than doing the quests and raids. Yeah, I get that, Traverse. When we did the... however, I think there is some magic in Smol Caetsu. Did I forget to invite other people as well? But I think there is some magic in Smol Caetsu, because when we did the near raids, we waited for like surprisingly little time. We could do the entire near raids series in a single stream without doing any shenanigans, simply because if you bring an 8-man group in, and you might even have people separately queuing to join like the other alliances and stuff, you can get through. But I could imagine that there might be some... Is it that one? I literally just looked at it. Yes, it is that one. Mission in Mordona. Well, we're going to take a picture with the guy that gives the quest. So if you want to be there on the thumbnail, come on over. There he is. Look at how fresh his face is. Cyanide says, I queue for near raid solo as DPS. I mean, that's actually not bad. There's a really weird thing with alliance raids, in that tanks are typically the ones that have the longest queue. Healers sometimes have the shortest queue, but often DPS are in need for Alliance Raid Roulette, just as an example. A funny story about that. I think it was Euphrosyne, where Euphrosyne came out on the same day that the Paladin rework hit. So because of that, I decided that I was going to play Paladin for the whole stream. For the whole day, like I was doing other stuff than just Euphrosyne, as I recall. But when I got to Euphrosyne, I think we sat in queue for like 40 minutes. Because there were a lot of tanks queuing. And I'm pretty sure when we got in, I streamed it. But I'm pretty sure we had 3 Paladins. I mean, you might want to take a step back. Or maybe a step to the side. And also, Naomi, you might want to get closer. Like, if there's space between you and another player, like as you see it here, then I would prefer if we, like, clump in closer a little bit. But I don't want anyone to, like, be hidden behind something or someone. Yeah, I can see, like, a hole here. That could work. Naomi, you might want to come a little closer now. Ymir going over. You were fine behind there if you wanted to, Ymir, but it's up to you. Also, if you want to do an emote, make sure to do the emote. And if you want to have an expression for it, make sure to do the expression after the emote. And if you don't want an expression or an emote, sit down and stand back up to reset. You could do the Passage of Arms thing for leveling Paladin. I don't know if Smol Caetsu will be leveling Paladin anytime soon. Both because we have Bard to level. Might not have been the best. Actually, that could work. But yeah. We have a Bard to level. Okay, that's maybe a little strong. We have Bard to level, and once that's done, we have other things. So yeah, I don't know if we'll ever level like one more tank. The far future. Just killed the... I cleared it because it was in the way. Like, I could have the bird, but then it would block Tibble's heart. You just killed the bird. You could have skipped so much MSQ if you did that earlier. Oops. Small blue mage guy? I haven't done that. But that could also be a thing. It could be. But we could also do so much other stuff, like blue mage stuff with my main. This is actually just a little thing. This is why I've said previously that one day we'll run out of stuff to do on Smol Caetsu, because for everything I could do on Smol Caetsu, there's like the possibility that, I mean, we could do blue mage stuff on my main. Although the thing we can't do on my main is level blue mage, for example. Or collect spells, because I've already done that. But that is the reason why I'm saying things like, I don't know if you'll level Paladin. Because maybe we just won't. I don't know. Yeah, we have a picture of this, and we're ready here. So that's very nice. Yeah, can we climb on this? I can't recall. Yes, we can. I don't know if I've ever done that before. Yeah, it's like, that's also why I said earlier, Smol Caetsu doesn't grind, because if I'm grinding something on Smol Caetsu, I'm like, I will sit there doing the grind thinking, I could have been doing this on my main. Like, that's also why I'm like, we might not go to Eureka, because I could just go to Eureka on my main. We might not go to Bozja, because I might just go to Bozja on my main. But that's for the future. That's not today. Actually, I don't know if I would like high five for this one. What we could do this. Well, we managed to do... we managed to finish Pandæmonium. Are you not entertained? We managed to do Pandæmonium, and we managed to do the Noctis questline. We even managed to get the car. Don't know if you'll use it, but we have it now. In case we ever need, like, just a mount for 3 other people. And we also managed to level Archer a little bit. I think did we get... So I'm pretty sure we started I guess we started at 17, and then we got to 22, and we did another job quest, or class quest, and we have another one waiting now. And we also managed to actually do the Pandæmonium stuff at minimum item level again, which is nice. And yeah, next time, we will be doing Myths of the Realm. I don't know if we'll do all of it in one sitting, depends on how long it all takes. If we can do it all in one sitting without going too far over time, I'm probably fine with that, but otherwise we'll have to split that up as well. Whatever the case, we'll probably be leveling Archer, but isn't there an event coming there, actually? We'll probably also do that. But once we're done with Myths of the Realm, it's basically just Archer and Bard leveling for a bunch of weeks, and then, I don't know, Hildebrand, maybe? And then I absolutely don't know. Maybe Dawn Trail will be out by then. And it probably will not come as a huge surprise, but when Dawn Trail comes, Smol Caetsu will probably take a break. Because I will be doing a lot of new stuff on my main at that point. But that's actually still far in the future. That said, if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat, remember that there is a Discord community server you can join where you will find... Alright, where you will find most of the wonderful people that you see in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on a week. I usually refresh it, or like renew it Sunday or Monday, which means, of course, I'll do it tomorrow. You can also find the announcement room where there are posted links every time there's a new video, a new stream, whatever it is. You will also find the role assignments room, and if you grab the reminder role there, you will get a notification whenever I post a video, post a stream. And you will also get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. With that, remember, if you would like to support the channel more directly, you can become a member of the channel. You can also gift memberships if you prefer. You can also use the super chat system on YouTube, as you may know. You can also, if you don't want to use the YouTube system, you can hop on Ko-Fi. I have a link to my Ko-Fi in the description. That is, of course, entirely optional if you would like to support the channel in this way, but I appreciate all the support that you give. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to, so don't worry. There is like no hidden videos or anything where it's like when you become a member, it's like, oh, half of the channel appeared. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. That's incredible. Thank you. You know, actually, there's a funny story there, Emir, because you might remember that the other day when we reached 150, I quickly went, oh, we have to get an emote right now. This morning, we had dropped down below the 150 again. We still have the emote because, like, it doesn't, like, there's no take backsies. But I just wanted to mention that's the reason why. But yeah, thank you so much, Emir. And hey, Fafalo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's time for the slippery floor. Yeah, that is exactly the reason why I hurried to make sure we got one, because it would be so silly if we were exactly on the line and I didn't do anything and then we fall back down, right? That would be really dumb. Right. With that said, I hope everyone who got a gifted membership, you enjoyed the new emotes, and the gem next to your name and all that. If you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, you also get a special role on the Discord server, but that is also optional. Yep, if you enjoyed this particular stream and you would like all the people to also see it, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it. That tells the YouTube algorithm that it was a good stream and other people should see it. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Yeah. So thank you all for watching, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And now we just have to say good night to Smol Caetsu, who, of course, sleeps in full plate armor for some reason. Good night. Good night.